All right then, welcome everybody to the stream. It's time for us to go back to Moria. We only just left, but we're back because clearly I hate myself. That's pretty much it. No, not really. So yeah, I want to go into Moria with Erinma because I recently got Erinma to 65 by spending a little bit of time on her. She is geared up. Don't worry. Relatively geared up. She's recently just got her legendary. Obviously, I was 65 and then went and did it. But yeah, I've been working mostly on my captain at the minute, who is a nice 110. Fun. But yeah, Erinma is over here. I want to go do some Moria with Erinma because I want to not only make my way through Moria eventually and get the trait point, which is something I do need to do, but at the same time, what I should be doing is I kind of am wanting to test out how long it's going to take for me to go from entering Moria to getting to book 5, chapter 5, I think it is, which I did recently realize requires me to go to the skirmish camp, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll do that later. But yeah, I want to see how long it would... Oh my god, stuff is dropping from the ceiling. Not really, it's from my shelf. But anyway, I want to see how long it would take us, roughly, to get ourselves from the beginning of Moria to that book 5, chapter 5. Because, yeah, I want to get myself as many legendary things as I can for the meantime. And, or legendary traceries as I can for the moment. Hopefully I'm lucky, hopefully it doesn't take that long, and hopefully I can also get the ones I want relatively quickly. But if not, then it's fine, I guess. We'll see how it goes, though. Really, I should just wait, get myself to 65 and do SS runs for ages. That is the ultimate way I'm supposed to really do it, right? But, you know, we have time, I guess. I'm not gonna go get my I'm not gonna go get my daily or my weekly. Actually, I guess I could, and then it would I'd send the things over. I'll do it later though. I just don't want to use the virtual experience on here. I actually have a plan for the virtual experience, and that is well, pretty much virtual experience boost. I think it's only 10% or maybe 25%, but it's still an increase, a boost, is coming around soon. And I thought, hey, why not wait till that happens and then just do all the really simple deeds? And, you know, that should hopefully make a decent dent. Yeah, in terms of my gear, it's kind of alright, I guess. I just grabbed the West Tower stuff. Everything but the shield, obviously, because I can't use that. And then I just got some random jewelry that I kind of just picked up from the skirmish camp at level 65 or thereabouts. Actually, this is level 50. This was a while ago, but hey, at least I get 18 extra might. That's incredible, obviously. Then pocket items actually just took in the Hornberg, which I should probably get rid of now. I should probably switch that for like an actual pocket item, but it's not a huge deal because I'm over leveled. And then just this is level 45. I couldn't find a better bow. Which is funny, considering I'm a woodworker, and I could probably just make myself, like, a 58 bow that's better, right? But, again, how much does that actually matter? I mean, if I get to 66, I can just make myself a crossbow, right? And just get that extra vitality and physical mastery. That's probably what I'll do. But, we're about 38k away. I don't actually know how much experience we're getting from these quests, either. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Protect Boshi. Made sure to get myself a nice looking... Hello, welcome. Oh, I just got knocked down. I made sure to get this axe, cosmetic axe. I do love the look of this cosmetic axe, and I mean, I was told it two-handed is what you want to do anyway, so why not? Oh, we also have a Tome of Continual Experience. That actually doesn't work for crafting, though. That's kind of boring. Or quest completions. It's just kills. A little boring. Most of this is just going to be useless, right? It's not actually going to... Is agility or might? I can never remember. Might is... Yeah, medium-based might gear would be... So I do want... But it's not even medium now. It's heavy. So I'll just get the heavy stuff, even though I'm not going to wear it. But the slight... What can I say about the Amazon Lord of the Rings teaser trailer? I mean... There's not really much to it, right? Because it's just a title teaser. It's not like a teaser for the show. It looked good. I am told that it was practical effects and not CGI, which I was reading a thing which I sort of agree with, which is hopefully that's them sort of saying, hey, we're going to try and do practical stuff rather than CG. And hopefully that just sort of makes it more, I don't know. There's less to kind of look weird, I guess, when you're using practical effects than CG, I think, is what I'm trying to say. Or it could just be that they tried to make a cool thing. I think it was interesting. It didn't take me long to be like, oh, okay, they're doing like a ring, you know, they're forging a ring. And then I was like, oh, is it just... I was like, that's some weird, like... you know, path it's following. And I was like, oh, it's just going to be spelling out the title. I guess the O is... would have been just a ring, yeah. I just hope it's good. I don't know. It'd be interesting if they... Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not guaranteed, but that's what... I read a thing, and I agree with the sentiment of, hopefully, that means maybe it's a way of them showing that they are going to be doing practical effects. That could be just completely hope, but I found it funny. There was, like, two things that I saw, two main comments I saw on the video, and that was, don't mess this up. Or it was like, don't mess this up / don't change anything was like kind of the main sentiment, I guess. And then the others was just like, I'm excited for this. A lot of people were saying they would preferred Kate Blanchett's voice though as well. I'm impartial. At the end of the day, I just hope it's good. It'll be interesting if they actually tried to... If SSG... Very unlikely, but they did stuff for The Hobbit, right? At least that's what I understand that to be. It would be very interesting if they were to do stuff like on the release, like have an event or something on release, or something happen in conjunction with the show releasing. We'll see, though. We shall see. I don't even know when it's supposed to release. I think isn't it 2023? Or is it not actually confirmed yet? I'm actually not sure. Do I have any money? I'm poor. I think that's on Carriel. I think Carriel is where I put all my money recently. Or is it my shared? Is it my shared storage? No, because it would be in here, right? Unless I haven't looked in my shared storage, so that could be why. I hope once I get here... Actually, no, I'll just go get the... I can just go get the mail milestone and then make my way back to Bree. I need to go do the skirmish stuff because I realized I hadn't done that yet, and it is required for me to do chapter 5, book 5. So I need to make sure that I do actually get that done. Oh, wait a second. Can I? Okay, so I can get back really easy. Good. Let's go back here first. It would be nice to get to 66 as well, because if I get to 66, I can reforge my weapon. So that'll be nice. Let's go back to Bree first. Or just make our way in general out of here. I think Bree is the better choice. Actually, I'm gonna go Thorin's Gate. That is actually, I think, the better choice, because I also want to get the VIP thing. Actually, on the topic of VIP, kind of, or the opposite of VIP, I'm quite excited for some of the potential free-to-play changes that I have heard about. Because it's something I was talking about, I think, last time we streamed, actually. I don't know how, like, as far as I'm aware, it's happening. But the unlocking these as you level, the idea of unlocking these as you level rather than unlocking them with the lottery points, I'm very up for that. Hi, how we doing? Yeah, it's something I complained about relatively recently when it comes to the free-to-play, but it is a bit annoying. I hate this quest. But yeah, if it becomes like as you level, I'm very glad, because it saves me a decent amount of lottery points and still makes it so I can at least have a somewhat competitive character. Because it's pretty much what as far as I'm aware, what I just said, which is, at least not with these, but at least with like these ones. Oh, speaking of, I was just like, yeah, why don't we just have it so you unlock them as you level? You already do, just make it so it's not, you know, paid for. Don't make me pay lottery points just to have a character kind of exist. Which line can I recommend? For which character? For Bjorning, I think Bjorning can pretty much be anything. I'm not really actually too up to date on Bjorning. This is my highest ever Bjorning, and most of this was done by crafting. I'm on red at the moment, though. That's not what there it is. I'm pretty sure Bjorning can be like anything and still be competitive in some regard. Tank, DPS, heal. Yeah. I need to get a cosmetic sorted. I actually had one that I looked at recently, but I can't remember where to get the bits from. I think it might have been a festival item, and therefore I have to kind of wait a little bit, but we'll see. Cool. At least being on level enemies means I kind of have a bit more time to test out some more, like, actually using these things. Yeah, for general playing. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Lag, that's fun. Why can't you turn my music down? I don't know, my settings are so scuffed. It's a problem. It's not that these are difficult necessarily. I think these quests are quite easy. It's just the fact I have to do them every time. I really wish there was just a way that you do it once and it becomes optional. The fact that I have to redo this every character is just kind of annoying. Because I know how to do skirmishes. Like, let's be honest. I mean, you'll get more people in. The thing I've always said about, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, and I don't want it to sound like a bad thing about like having a community channel is great, but it also means you're going to have a lot of fluctuations because some people are going to be interested in some things, some people aren't going to be interested in others, or other people playing or what have you. So there will be that sort of, I guess, consistency or inconsistency, rather. Mine's just because I don't stream as much. I really need to, but January's was supposed to be quiet, but it's not, and I hate it. Yeah, once we've done this, we should be able to get on to, like, we shouldn't have any issues getting to... We're actually on book 3 already. So we're actually quite far in. And if I do this at, like, level 20, or 25 would probably be best, get Barrow's armor, and just do it at 25. Then, yeah, we'll probably be pretty good from there. It'll probably help us out a bit. And we do get some, I guess, marks out of this. But then the problem I always have is, like, you can't lower the level. So if you do this at, like, level 130 somehow, or 140, you'd have to do a 140 skirmish, let's say. Even though technically it should be, like, level 20. It's weird. Yeah, I need... What is it? Because what I'm after is the level 50 traceries. Even if I were to do Moria, no, sorry, Mirkwood, which is at least 65, much like my level, there are 2, 3, 4 skirmishes in between. So what I kind of want to do is do this, and then I just want to kind of see, I guess, how long it would take. If I could do it in, like, a stream, I guess, even though I've done like two books already. I guess we could see a rough sort of estimate. But then I'll probably get the character to, like, I don't know, 75. I like the idea of being like 10 levels over, just to kind of push through it that bit quicker. We're actually only going to be 7 levels above the book 5 chapter 5. Actually, no, 6 levels above, because it's level 59. I thought it was 58. Odd. But at least there's something to help us out. I should be able to just go straight to book 9. I think you can just skip to it. I don't think you have to do Orc Slayer and Goblin Slayer. I could be wrong, but something else I'll do with this character as well is I will go get Rumulus up playing. And I will put on a Slayer Accelerator, and I will go and do Halls of Crafting, and probably a couple, like, other quick, like, 16th Hall should be a pretty quick one. Grand Stair, I think doesn't count, so I won't do that one. But maybe I could do Orc Slayer from there. Anyway, my point being, I will go grab those enhancement runes, these scaled ones, and that should help out at least, not Feyrend, but maybe at least, like, someone. I don't know. I think as well, I may have found a quicker way of leveling than farming. You don't make any money, but so there is that trade-off. But I think I actually lose money. I think technically, but I do technically have a way of leveling it a bit faster. I'd have to test it out though, because I don't actually know if it's worth it. I always go herbalist. But I also never use my skirmish person, so Does it really matter? Probably not. I do kind of want to level it up. I want to go and get like a load of marks and level mine up on like Tavelod or something. Maybe that'll be interesting. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, 'cause it looks like I can just do the landing quests and then go straight into Mirkwood, which is fun. Let's go. I was actually a little bit annoyed today, though, because of the downtime. I thought the downtime was yesterday. In fact, I was on yesterday, just before the downtime, and the servers went down. And then I logged in this morning, I AFK'd for a bit, and came back and I'd been kicked off. So I tried logging back in. I was like, oh, maybe I just got kicked off for being AFK. Logged back in, and yeah, the servers are down. Kind of annoying. Is it just this guy? It is just this guy. I feel like I need to do my hotkeys a bit better as well. Pressing like 2, 3, 4, 1 is a little bit counterintuitive. So maybe I might switch it to 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. I do want to actually play Bjorning a bit more. I feel like there's a lot of potential. I actually need to go check though, because yeah, Drums in the Deep requires me to do those 3 skirmishes, which is why I kind of forgot before. Book 3 though, I can't really remember. Book 4 is Waterworks kind of stuff. Is it? No, kind of is, but not really. It does have the Drowned Treasury, which is a very annoying instance, and I don't like it. But I guess we'll see. I don't think this should be too bad though. We've got 9 chapters in this book. Book 4 has 8 chapters. And then I've got 5 chapters. So hopefully I should be able to get through that like today is the idea. And then I guess we'll go on Faerand and see what's up there. I do actually have some questing to do on Faerand technically, so I could also go that route to add on some extra stuff. Zalem Melik or the Red Horn Loads. It's so weird that they'd be offering the Red Horn Loads as well. I don't know why. I think there's a camp down here though, so we'll go that route. I think that is for the best. Remember, I have a bow. Just to get those enemies to come to me. Orc Slayer, apparently I literally have not touched an orc yet. I guess because I literally have just... Yeah, because I've just been only killing enemies I need to kill, rather than having enemies attack me, because I'm overleveled. I guess that's why. But we can always worry about that one. Like, yeah, because we're only doing chapter 5 at the moment, I'm not actually going for the trait point just yet. Because of that, I don't actually have to complete that for the deed. Oh, or complete the deed for the questing, which is required later. I think down here has got a load of them. I could be wrong. I think this is where I come for the like shield and sword and helmet quest. Anyway, so. Person 66. I mean, yeah, that's what I would have done. I did get Kestor leveled up as well. I should be able to level him up relatively quickly. Get him the Runekeepery things. I think if all goes well, I should probably be able to get most of my characters. Literally, I think every one of my characters, bar Feyrand, can get to level 100 pretty quickly now. Like 100 was my sort of hope for last year before the legendary item revamp, which kind of slowed me down on the whole thing. Because it was like less important, I guess. Since the legendary items were kind of the purpose. 2 more to go. And you're a... No, you are an orc. Okay, good. Good. Minor essence of tactical mitigation. A lot of people do Moria. Forgotten Treasury. It's all good, though. It's all good. I'll also have to see if it kind of feels quicker or not having Wanderlust. Because Wanderlust is a bit quicker to start up and switch out of than, you know, calling for my boar, which is faster. However, in some situations, this overall is a better choice because, like, if I have to get up and get down, like, get on the goat and then, or boar and get off the boar and then get on the boar, then get off the boar constantly, then that's eventually going to become quite tiring. Whereas from here, I can go straight into an attack and then go straight back into it. So, hopefully. I guess we'll see. And also just generally, I know, movement. I'm more likely to remember to do Wanderlust than I am to remember to go on my boar. Considering I only just remembered I had it. Rings. Nope. I was hoping that I would get like a little bit of an upgrade, but I guess not. I wonder if there's a better level to stop at. Like if I'm already going for level 75, let's say, for the Mirkwood, is it better to get to 75 and then get some like 75 gear, which also includes jewelry? I don't know. Also, it might just be quicker to get to 65 also, or even just 58. I was thinking 58 I could craft anyway, but get to 58 and then it is this one, yeah, cool. Yeah, get to 58 and just come straight here, and then yes, it would be on level, but or near enough on level because it's actually a 59 quest. Totally thought it was 58, but I could craft stuff at 58 because that's the supreme level. So I could get to 58, create myself a great club until I get my axe. Actually, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's low level, but that's because mine's, like, reforged, obviously. But I could get that in the meantime, craft out just a normal one, which I guess would be fine. And then I could just craft myself up some, like, medium might stuff. Reached Moria yesterday. Nice. I recently finished Moria on Feyrand, and then decided today was the day to come back. But I guess whatever works. The reason for that mostly is just because I want to see if I can farm these legendary traceries. And also I need to get the character through this stuff anyway, so I guess it kind of works. I'm only going to be going like halfway through though, I think. I think it's like, how many books is there? I can never remember. But I'm only going to book 5. Can I go Chamber of the Cross? I can, nice. Again, though, the reason I'm doing this is very niche of a reason and probably shouldn't be done, but I don't know. I'm kind of interested in how long it would take or will take because, you know, really, though, what I should just do is wait till 65, as I said many times now, and just farm from there. I don't know how long it's going to be till we get to 65/66 because of the reward track and stuff. So I guess we'll see. I mean, it should be about a month, right? It's probably going to be a Wednesday in February. So it's going to be like the 2nd, the 9th, the 16th, or the 23rd. More than likely. So I'm going to guess the 9th or the 16th. I think the 16th is more than likely. If they're saying mid-February, it's like, you know, the most mid number you can really kind of get. If it even releases them. Let's hope it does. Be sad if it didn't. It might get to a point where we actually just like push for it. Not push for it, like as in something we can do, but like yeah, we want to get to 66 as soon as. So we might just have to say, you know what, let's just do it. Let's go 65/6. Get that progression done. I do, though, still have to do a little bit of story at level 50. And 2 more deeds, I think. Which I have to do the story to unlock. And then Feyrand is, like, finished in terms of all his virtue deeds. And the rest is just kind of, like, finishing up some simple stuff. Which is kind of what my captain's for, actually. My other captain. I have my level 110 captain. And I don't know what level is he? 65. Same as this one. Still need to get a little bit higher, though. That really threw me off. I just read 135 as a level, and I was like, that's not right. That's not supposed to... That's broken. Nope. 140 is the max. I even have characters at that level. So the fact I don't know that... This is fun. Wasn't there supposed to be a bug fix for performance today? I mean, isn't that always bug fixes for performance? But it's such a fun skill. Because it's not AoE, but it is channeling. Oh, actually, no, it does have... It is technically AoE. Right, every 1 second, effects applied to enemies within 5 meters. So it is AoE, but it doesn't say it's AoE. That's odd. Because I was like, yeah, that's AoE. Or is it just targeting one at a time? Small taste of brawler improvements on beta. The only thing I've known from Ballroar is the change of like traits and stuff. So instead of unlocking them, you have to you unlock them as you level rather than purchasing them. That's what I've heard. Which is good, because that's something I was talking about very recently on the free-to-play as a better alternative, or something similar to. Also makes me glad I didn't buy a load of trait stuff on free-to-play. But I now only have 18 character slots out of 51 used. So, maybe I should just make a brawler. Maybe. The amount of Bjornings that died. Sad time. Class still isn't good, but it feels a lot snappier. I mean, at least there's an improvement, I guess. I've seen a lot of brawlers about, though. I was going around Bree, and I saw, like, 3 brawlers in a row, and I'm like, oh, wow. I think 2 of them were together, so I guess that's fair. But, still. Can I... No, okay, no, I can't. Just make it so that I can have swift travel properly, and then I'll be happy, alright? In Moria, specifically. Yeah, I'm still working on Captain. Captain's kind of my main focus for the minute. In fact, it's kind of funny yet awkward is I'm supposed to be working on Captain, but I'm supposed to be working on the Captain for my alt, not my main account. And I have been focusing on my main account's Captain. So I need to... my main account's Captain is like nearly double my alt's Captain's level. Not quite, but close enough. He got to 110 today, so at least that's something. Okay. There's Bosie. And cool. Right. I also read something about the classes being unlocked by leveling or something or other. I don't know what that's about. I guess we'll see. Maybe I should go on Ball Aurora one day. But I guess the awkward thing is, surely because I already own them, I wouldn't be able to know that because I'd already had that one. I may have just misread it. I'll have a look if I can find it. Lord of the Rings Online plans to make class, race... Oh, okay, I misread. Okay, so this is what I read, and I'll explain why I misread it. To make class, race, and virtue trait slots unlock by leveling in next update. I read that just now as plans to make classes, races, and trait slots unlock by leveling. My bad. Way, I leveled up. That means reforge. Nice. Normally I look at the before and after, but I kind of don't care as much. Oh, I can get more stuff. I think I already could get more stuff, but I'm not really pushing for it. I'm over leveled. I don't really need it, and I guess it's fine. Oh. Is the new legendary system good? I'd say so. It's a lot more versatile, I'd say. A little bit easier to work with. I still think the old system was fine. I overall, though, think I prefer this system. Even for the simple fact of, like, you're not restricted to, you can only have this legacy on this type of item. Like, sometimes you could only have like, I don't know, a certain legacy on a sword and not on a bow, let's say for Hunter. Whereas with this, you can have it on either. And that, I think, makes the idea of having multiple weapons a little bit easier. Or multiple, like, you can have, for example, my carving would have kind of everything on it that, you know, I need for red and blue, let's say. And then I only change out my weapon between like virtues and traits and stuff. But also, if you're just playing normally, I think it's fine. Even if you're not swapping out traits and stuff. I did feel a little bit weird about... I like and kind of feel weird about it. The like, Rivendell tracery place. Still can't remember the name of it, but... It's fine, because I like being able to just buy it. But it also makes it feel like it's almost too easy. I kind of... It feels like a bull roarer thing that they forgot to take out sometimes. But I'm also happy about being able to just, like, buy the tracery I want. I guess you can only buy up to rares without the like, token thingies. So, I guess it's not too bad. And I guess it makes it so you don't have to farm. I hate this quest. I've just realized. Not this one. This one's kind of fine. I don't like the find the guarded junction on the eastern road and collect the barrels of black powder, because I really hate going down to the Redhorn loads of this early. I just hate going down there in general. It's just a real pain to get to. Not a fan. Can just say that much. All right. Aloha. What up? A lot of people doing Moria. Forges of Moria, 58 for deeds. I wish people would have done deeds for me. That'd be nice. Right. Not much. Same. I know, I just woke up quite late today. And then I got woken up by a phone call from work. And I was like, it's my day off. Go away. No. It was a mix-up with a booking, and I was being asked about it, but it wasn't me that did it. It was weird. I know who did it, though, so... I directed them away. No, because basically this woman came up to... So this woman was booked in for this Saturday for 1 p.m. So because they're booked in for 1 p.m., that means... So they're booked in from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. I have another booking that's booked in from 12 till 1. And then another group wanted to play originally at 1. And I went, can't do that, but I can put you in at 2 if that works. And they went, yeah, cool. We'll go in at 2. Thanks. So I booked them in for 2. And then it turns out the person that booked for 1 actually wanted 2. And then they came in this morning and shouted at my manager. So that was fun. My favorite manager as well. Not allowed. Unfair. Apparently they were also weirdly threatening. Because they were like, some guy booked me in. And I was like, it wasn't me. I know who it was, but like, it wasn't me. And then, and we're like, she was like, I'm going to find him. I'm going to find this man that booked me in. I'm like, well, it's not me. So no big deal, I guess. You're really having issues with the game of Twitch. Should probably just be killing these guys as well. Though I've got like one of each, so I can just kind of go to them from. And because these guys aren't attacking me, I can just like pick up everything I need. Well, I've already said who it was, so I've already passed the blame off. Why cannot you use any more wild attack damage? Because it's unique. You can only use one at a time. You cannot sub, you cannot open emotes saying you can't do stuff. Oh, that's odd. I'm not sure. I think you had the like not being able to sub thing issue for a bit at one point, right? But I don't know about the not being able to open emotes thing. Your badges are on my screen. I know sometimes Twitch is really weird with the badges kind of disappearing briefly, but and then like coming back 2 or 3 messages later. But oh yeah, I said I was going to do this, but I was just going to put them in my shared storage. Ooh, fancy! A Slayer deed and skill deed accelerator. Honestly, I'll probably use the Slayer deed or the skill deed accelerator part of that more so than the other, because I have a certain level 110 captain that needs skill deeding up. Would you look at me playing captain? Yeah, we'll see. I guess a topic I should bring up though, now that a few more are here. What did everybody think about the new Amazon trailer? Yeah. Should have done a video on it. My thoughts on the title teaser. There was a title, if you don't know, guys. There was a title teaser video for the Amazon Lord of the Rings series. So it's not like a teaser trailer of the show. It's more just like a name reveal. But I think it looked alright. I think it was pretty cool. Oh, I was going to message you about that. I saw in my recommended a Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga trailer. I saw it and I thought of you. I did find it funny though, the comments I was saying earlier, the comments that I saw were like a combination of like 3 things. It was like, don't mess this up, Amazon. Don't change anything. Like, just keep to the books. And people going, and then people saying that they'd rather Kate Blanchett be the narrator. That was like the 3 main things. Oh, and then like, I hope it's good. But that kind of goes in with like, I hope it's good. Please don't screw it up. Kind of thing. 5th of April. Nice. I'm going to play it. I'm going to beat it before you. I'm going to spoil Star Wars for you. I'm gonna spoil the story. I mean, I can spoil things for you, but it won't be the story. I can just make you upset at my opinion, but that's a different story. I'm just such a weird person just to run away. Would I be that cruel? I mean, I've said multiple times that, you know, the last 3 films were my favorite. I realized I keep making Star Wars jokes at work recently. I not even realized, like, they're very blatantly Star Wars jokes, but I kind of, like, mentioned it recently to the rest of the people I work with, and they didn't realize. Because a lot of the time, weekends now, I'm working... I think this weekend, from 12 till, I think, 7. So, like, near enough 7 hours, I'm in the laser arena thing. Like, that is all I'm doing this coming week. Or weekend. For both Saturday and Sunday. And in there are 3 Death Stars. So I always keep saying we have more than the Empire ever did. When like kids go in and then they'll be like, oh, it's a Death Star. And I'll be like, yeah, see if you can find all 3. We had more than the Empire ever had. As a joke. And I realized, like, nobody gets me. It's so sad. I said that to someone I was working with, and she was like, you're so nerdy, I love it. I was like, that on top of the fact I have a Star Wars mask definitely adds to it. My mask has TIE fighters on it, and, well, no, a TIE fighter. No. Okay, my mask has a TIE fighter, a Millennium Falcon, and an X-Wing on it. So. I always get asked if I was the one who put them there. I think this takes me technically where I want to go. I do want to get the Shadow Refuge as well, because it's got a fast travel point as well. So let's go there. And it glows in the dark, which is fun. As I found out. Lava. I think I'd get a deed for jumping down there, but I would rather not. No, I'm not jumping. That deed is actually one of the most annoying deeds, because not only do you, like, die from it, but also... I think I have to go back that way anyway. I think I went the wrong way. I could be wrong there. Yeah, not only do you die from it, but, like, travel around Moria is just so bad in the first place that it's just abysmal to do. Hey, it's the Endless Stairs, which totally matches up with where it is otherwise. I think I'm fine, actually, now. I mean, it being right here definitely matches up with this down here. Kind of wish it actually was layered like that. I think it'd be really interesting. That's why I always say Gundabad is like Moria 2.0, like what they wish they could have done, but didn't quite work out. So I think it's quite impressive that you can... Moria has no loading screens, he says, while he goes into a loading screen. But, like, it is all technically loaded at once. It's like multiple different zones. Hey, that's my favorite ship. It's very shiny and silver. This way. I'm gonna steal it. Am I going the right way? I don't know. Am I mocking you again? No, I just was trying to work out while I said that which ship it was. Is it, don't judge me for this, from, I'm going to say the film I think it's from. Is it from Phantom Menace? Is it? I don't know. I feel like I'm bad at recognizing Lego stuff that isn't just the Millennium Falcon. I thought it was the ship that they go to Tatooine on in episode 1, and then Darth Maul tries to decapitate Anakin. Because it was really silver. But I don't know the name of it. Which is Padme's ship. But... well, I mean, okay. I might not be wrong then. I could be correct. I just remember it being a really... shiny. Shiny. Very shiny. Oh, I thought... oh, Christ. I paused it. I paused it and everything. YouTube's like video player can be such a pain sometimes. It's annoying. I mean, it's very spiky at the back. I'm sure... I actually don't know if that would help with, like... do you need aerodynamics in space? Really? I don't know. I guess probably. Alrighty then. Let us make our way back to the 21st hall. That's not who I want to defeat, except I at least got a deed out of it. A deed piece finished. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. No, I died. Actually, no, tactical death. Definitely entirely intended. Definitely wanted to do that. Because I wanted to make sure that I got that deed, and then I didn't have to come back here. And also, I wanted to get back to the stable master. That's yeah. That's why. Definitely intended. And if you say otherwise, I will be offended. Oh. 21st hall. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. While we do that, I kind of want to have a look at some cosmetics. I can't look at cosmetics while I'm riding though. Can I? No. I can't go in the auction hall while I'm riding, which is kind of annoying. Though what I actually meant is I've been looking at a lot of cosmetic posts for cosmetic armor thingies, and I want to find some fun stuff. I actually found one I really liked, but I don't know if I like it for Eren. In fact, I was actually, shock horror, gonna buy more wardrobe space. Actually, that's a lie, sort of. I was actually gonna make another character just for cosmetic items. I kind of like this one. I kind of like this look. Except from the fact they look like they're dabbing. But also I don't think that would work for Bjorning. So, yeah. Not worried. Yeah, it's from the fall festival. I also just reminded myself I need to get that shield for Feyrand, the cosmetic one. Because, yeah. I actually feel like there's some really nice dwarven looking sets. Which is pretty nice. I need to make, like, Erinum is currently my only female character. So there's a bit more, like, variety, potentially. Though, I was thinking about, like, so I've been told, from what I understand, if I were to make a brawler, that man is the best choice. But if I were to make a female brawler, I could have that cosmetic choice and also have the, like, better, you know, thing. Like, the meta. I just think something about this year, I just want to do a bit more cosmetics. Just have my characters feel a bit more fleshed out, I guess. Because the only character I've sort of fleshed out a little bit was Scarshoe, with the idea of him being a jeweler that steals jewelry he finds bad. Because, yeah, his whole sort of backstory was the idea of being like, he steals jewelry he finds inferior, and then he melts it down and reforges it. I don't know. Because I always wanted to have at least the crafting. Like, what I did with all my crafting stuff is try and make it fit the class. So my Lawmaster is my Scholar, because I think that matches, you know. My Guardian is my... Well, so it matches the character, sort of, but it also matches, like, what it gets most use out of. So my Guardian is my... my Metalsmith, for example, because he uses heavy armor and has the shield and stuff. Like, it's that extra stuff. Erinma is my woodworker because, like, Bjorning, living in the wildlife, you know, that's kind of my idea. I don't know. Does that count? Does that work? The only cosmetic I have right now is this axe. My favorite looking axe. And I'm kind of glad I have a character that needs a two-handed. Because I really like the look of this. And it also works well because it's in Moria. Sup? What's going on? Okay. Oh, do I have to... Okay, now I wave. I think after this one, this quest becomes a little bit... I just play old school League. How's it going with that? Oh god. I felt like I've done enough Wintertodt for like my entire life, and that was just on my Iron Man. I burnt out on Wintertodt a lot, no pun intended. It took me a while to get 99. But yeah, I don't know. It's around 65 what? Hours? Is that a dwarf? This is a dwarf coming and following me. I myself am not there. Oh, right. Yeah. So 8 times experience. That would make sense. I meant like in like normal. How long's the league going on for? Like, I feel like it's something I would want to... Now that I've got my laptop, I feel like it's something I could sort of get back more into. Because I did find old school mobile a bit awkward with my phone. For something like League, I would have an issue with. But now that I got my laptop, then maybe I can at least do something with it. But I feel like then I've got like... redo my account. The problem is my main account, my Iron Man, I kind of know where I am. I'm on like a bit where I've just got to do a lot of work. I don't even know. Actually, no, I don't know where I am. Let me go find out what was my next goal was, because I have it all written down still. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I think... Oh, yeah. So I was doing crafting at the time, I think. I was doing... Where's he gone? Yeah. I know that much. I'm just saying, like, I'd have to get my subscription back is my point. And if I'm going to do that, I'd have to decide, do I want to go on my... I'd probably get sucked in again. And would I want to go on my Iron Man or my non-Iron Man? Because I've done the previous 2 leagues, so yeah. Yeah, I was doing soda ash and sand. Yeah. Oh no, I was on blackjacking. That was where I was at. Yeah, I've seen Group Iron Man. I didn't know if I would want to restart for that, because I don't really have anybody to sort of do that for or with. That's not for this character though. That would be for the Iron Man, which I have not done in a little while because I need to restart my Iron Man. However, because Fee-Man's 49, I want to see if I can get myself the legendary thing with her. Because that would be interesting. I mean, yeah, that works. If you're getting to it 8 times faster in theory, but you're still understanding the mechanics, which I guess is the idea, right? You kind of, so if you do it normally, you wouldn't have to just learn, like next time. Yeah, I was on blackjacking last time, and that was to 84 thieving, and I don't like blackjacking. I'm just not a fan. I was going to do Pyramid Plunder instead, but I also really didn't want to do that because I got bored very quickly. I don't know, maybe I'll like get back into it, because if it's something I can do on the way to work, but I'm already like, I don't know, I can play Lodge on my way to work. My only worry is that there's like a dead point for signal about halfway on my bus to work. Right next to a bus stop as well, so I get stuck there sometimes. And I don't want to be doing anything like important. Like, I wouldn't want to do Wintertodd there because I potentially die, Though I guess the idea of if it's 8 times experience, then you're not gonna be there that long. Maybe. It doesn't take me much to get convinced. I saw this guy though, they were doing a rollback, and I felt so bad for him because he got like third age, a third age pickaxe, I think, which is like one of the rarest items in the game. And then yeah, I did it once because I was not paying attention. Yeah, you just go thieve cakes for a little bit and then get that up. Yeah, he like got a really rare item and then just go roll back. There's always the joke though that you don't quit RuneScape, you just take a break. I feel like that's where I'm going to be at again. The last time I was paying for 2 subscriptions, so. Rawr. I actually really like this area. I do feel like there's a little bit too much time put into these skills that I'm otherwise not going to read. You probably could just get away without a, description. But yeah. Maybe I'll have a look. I remember the last one, the last league, I think it was. I remember I spent a lot of time in. Oh, I can't even remember the name of the place. It's like just below Wintertodd, and you basically find books for runekeeping. Runecrafting. I spent far too much time there. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I mean, we are talking about a completely different game, so it's understandable that you maybe wouldn't understand. But yeah, oh yeah, you can do magic with that as well, can't you? I think there's a third thing, or is it just no? It's just runekeeping and runecrafting. God, I've been playing this game too much. Runecrafting and thingy. But yeah, on topic of this game though, I'm excited to see some of these update 32 changes. Mostly for the free-to-play account, but I don't want to delay the free-to-play until 32 because it's gonna be a while away. Well, it's like a month, but still. I can actually. It fixes a complaint I had last time I played on there. So it'll be nice. And also, I don't know if it will, but it technically takes away some of the VIP upgrade, right? So if they're changing it to be class, race, and virtue trait slots are unlocked by default, but as you level up, even on free-to-play, it means that on free-to-play, I don't have to, unlock those, which is great. But it also technically takes a bit out of the subscription. Not that I see that as being a major reason to subscribe, but... it's still supposed to be just mid-February. I'm going to take a guess and say it'll be a Wednesday, because that's their normal day. So I was predicting about the 16th, I would have said, because that's about halfway through. And a Wednesday. The problem is I work Wednesdays. So I kind of would like... I would like to, if I could, get that day off. But I need to know when it's going to release. I can't just find out... I can't just find out, like, the Tuesday of, I need to at least know, a week, 2 weeks beforehand. I mean, maybe. I'm pretty sure... So there was downtime yesterday. Yeah, there was also downtime today. So I really don't know what's going on with that. Jules Vest, you're definitely not biased. I mean, I have a dwarf. Actually, technically, I don't have a dwarf. I have a stout axe. They are technically a different race in the class creation, so slightly different. We'll see. I do hope it comes out soon, because, like, we are kind of near enough done with Feyrand. I literally have 2 more virtue deeds to do, and then Feyrand is done for the minute. He still has, like, some stuff, like, he needs to kill Mistress of Pestilence, but she's a pain to sort out. Yeah. Though I do have, on my ult, I have a 120 and 130 Valor free. So really, I could just Valor a Captain and do it that way. But then, yeah, once we get to 65/66, we can just, like, farm legendaries, which will probably be half of it. But that's technically what I'm doing now, except a lot less efficient. Hey, hey. How we doing? Where are these arrows coming from? The walls have arrows in them. How does this work? Kind of odd they would make a level 60. I don't know. Casual 1.4 million XP an hour. Nice. Speaking of XP an hour, though, I've actually been looking into faster ways of not crafting, but faster ways of like gaining experience over farming. I think I found a better way. It has more setup, but I think it's like 500,000 experience an hour, which, to be fair, isn't great. Like, just do kind of any instance over and over again. You're gonna get better than that, but I think overall it's faster. It's like 11 million experience every 24 hours. I actually don't know what farming is. I guess farming plus crafting is a different story, though. I guess, though, farming is... Not farming, but, like, the crafting farming stuff is a bit more AFK. Yeah. I'm more trying to think of, like, solo stuff. But, yeah. Normally just put something 7 levels above and then... That's also kind of good because if you do that and then you get gear... Like when I was doing Wrath of Earth, I think it was, over and over again. I was getting like at least some gear. The problem is, I do have 2 accounts, yeah. I'm more trying to think for free-to-play stuff. Trying to just find quicker ways to level. Did the things that I was doing a few days ago. I don't remember what I was doing like 2 hours ago. What was I doing the other day? Yeah. I do have 2 accounts. I'm trying to sort out another character on my second account though. What? Up. What up? Because Erinmo was created a very long time ago. Oh, find the bottom of the well. I can do that. What's the server? I'm on Evernight. Is this better, Ghost? Is this satisfactory? Hey, I got some rep or something. Oh, I can use that as a nice little teleport. Oh, that's nice. You'd have thought Lego would be... Or, I don't know. Oh, actually, though, speaking of cosmetics, I've actually been looking into getting this gear again. So this was actually from Isengard stuff, and I wanted this for Feyrand. I never got around to it though. So I need to remind myself about that actually. I don't really have too much in here. I've got some like nice light gear stuff, like light armor. I kind of actually like that for... Without that, I don't like the shoulder pads. It's weird. But maybe we should have this cloak instead. Should that be better? Or what about this one? The hooded cloak of many worlds. Or that. That's close. Should we actually have a look at what's in the auction hall? Where is cosmetics? Outfits. Back. Is there anything good in here? Cloak of the Raven. I actually kind of like that in red. How about this? We'll wear that. Ooh, I do like Wigfeld though. I kind of want ceremonial Wigfeld. How much is ceremonial Wigfeld? Isn't Wigfeld the Wigfeld is the Rift one, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to work out how much. 35. So is 100 gold essentially worth 350 lottery points? I'd say that's a relatively good value. I don't think it works well for a Bjorning though. I do think for like I don't know, a champion or maybe a captain, I could see it working. But I think captain's two-handed anyway. I think champion's two-handed is supposed to be the meta now. Anyway, so I don't know. I wonder if I could skip this one. I mean, maybe. I was just told... I can't remember what it was. I think it was on Lottery HQ. I could be wrong. Champion yellow. With update 30.3, disabled weapon swapping in combat and the loss of crit multiplier legacy left champs in an awkward position. However, they did get a 30% base damage boost. Two-handers are taking the edge over dual-wield setup, as all skills have a much higher tooltip with a two-hander equipped, and the offhands are way below the DPS rating at the moment. Yeah, so until like they, I guess, sort that out. But the good thing, right, is, you know, when that does happen, you can just buy another legendary sword. You can have your one-handed and then buy your two-handed and then just use a legacy replacement scroll, and you know, you just get your traceries back, or tracery reclamation scroll rather. Yeah, just get your tracery back and then put those. You will have to enhancement rune them, but that's not too difficult. I'm kind of surprised I haven't had a tracery, a quest give tracery stuff. It's only been enhancement runes for the meantime. Yeah, I mean, what I've been doing recently is, like, with these characters, or more specifically the characters I already have, I've just been leveling up them to, like, at least 58, taking them through Halls of Crafting and, like, Grand Stair, or, no, Halls of Crafting and, like, 16th Hall and stuff like that. And then when you get the Slayer Deeds, you get the Scaled Enhancement Runes. And then just open them up on whichever character I need, and then I just get, you know, heals that are in the level band I need. Highest character is 57 at the minute. It's still good though. Free to play is gonna, I think, become a little bit easier soon with update 32. So hopefully they keep that, or at least add on to kind of the free to play ish improvements, so you don't have to buy trade points anymore, because they're tiny amounts of lottery points, but it's just really annoying buying for every character, spending an extra, So on free to play, you have to purchase these slots with lottery points for 95 points each. So that's what? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. And then you got to buy 800, 900, 1,000, 1,300. So you're basically spending about 1,200, 1,300 on the trait thingies per character to unlock them. With VIP, you get them for free. But from my understanding, they are making them just unlock as you level without having to unlock. That's at least what I was reading, right? So, unless again I'm completely reading that wrong. Current levels will open up extra. Wait a minute. Which were previously unlocked by a paywall will soon be unlocked by leveling up instead. Certain levels will open up these extra benefits, of course, but the changes apply to all characters, regardless of subscription status or purchase. It's brought up a few questions. OS will mean some new benefits for subscribers, but for the most part, the majority of reactions to this news have been positive. I just hope it's like... I don't know, I just hope... It's one of the things I complained about recently when we last did free-to-play, so I'm kind of glad that something's been sort of done about it. LI reward track is not ready for this build, but working hard to get it into the next beta build deployment. So apparently they are hoping to get reward track in the next Bull Roarer update, which is interesting. We'll see if it actually happens. Purge Corruption can now crit on Burglar. Huh. Lingering Wound skill now applies its damage over time again. I've never used Lingering Wound, but okay. A lot of Brawler stuff. Warden Tracery Mastery cooldown has been in... Ooh, okay. That's good for Feyrand. So, Tracery Mastery cooldown has been improved from -3 seconds to -5 seconds. The Remachant set bonus has been reduced from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. So you can't just have -10 if you have the set, I guess. But that means it's a lot more open for us in general. And that does mean that we need to try and push for getting a legendary Tracery cooldown. Or legendary Mastery cooldown, rather. Don't make fun of how I say words. It's mean. I've never made fun of you. Ever. Don't know what you're chatting. Trying to see. A lot of it's the housing stuff. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Special notes. Changes have been made in how the game processes quests and deeds. Now, when a character logs in, they will only version their quest/deed log when the build number has incremented. The expected outcome of this reduction is hitching for the player. Or is a reduction in hitching for the player. I don't think wardrobe's on sale. No. Oh, I should have bought some. But I didn't. I should have. No, it's crafty stuff now. Unless... No. Normally you get like... If you had asked maybe about 6 hours ago, then I would have said yes. Where are these other guys? They show up at the 21st hall. Are you telling me that I missed a quest? I've had to spend far too much money recently. I had to buy a new bag. And I didn't realize how expensive my old bag was. So, yeah, my bag broke. The zip's completely, like, broken. So my bag will not zip up. Which means I don't have a bag to take to work. So I decided to look it up on, like, Amazon and see how expensive this bag was. And I looked up the brand name. And I realized my bag was £45. I never knew this. Oh yeah, no, I bought a new one. I actually bought a bigger one so that I can fit my laptop in it. But it's like £45. And I didn't know this. I've had this bag for like 2 years now. A little under 2 years. I never knew it cost 45 quid. But it served me well. Like, near enough every day for 2 years. I think it's done alright. And the new one has more pockets and is bigger, so it's nice. Yeah. I technically, it's more than I thought. Like, it's a nice bag and all, but I just kind of didn't think £45 was how much it was. I technically got it for, like, what would have essentially been a Valentine's Day present. It kind of matched up to essentially be around that time, so I guess we can count it as that, but yeah, I never knew how much it cost. I guess because I was just like, oh, it's a nice bag, it's better than what I have. I'm not gonna, like, pry. Whatever works. Yeah. I think mine was broken at the time, or I'd been using mine for, like, so long it was very close to being broken. But yeah, the good thing is I'm off today and I'm off tomorrow, and I ordered it yesterday and it's coming tomorrow, so yeah. It would have been here today, but I ordered it when I got home at like midnight, near it, or just before midnight, which meant it was past there, like next day delivery thing. 12-hour stream today and tomorrow. We might do a longer stream. I guess we'll see what there is to do. Like, I want to get, I want to obviously do these 5, like, we're on book 4, chapter 1. I need to get to book 5, chapter 5. So we're not that far off. There's 8 quests, 8 chapters in this book. And, rawr. Got it before you did. Haha. Let's go to the Dolmen View. 10 months. Ooh, damn. Haunted Inn in Mirkwood. I technically want to skip to Mirkwood, so I guess I could try. Because my plan was book 5, chapter 5, legendary tracery, and then book 9. What is it? Book 9, chapter 18. So I can skip straight to book 9 if I really need to. And then I want to see how long that might take to then get us those 2 level 50 legendary traceries. And see how that goes. Because, you know, important. It's so dumb that I can fast travel to the 21st hall, then fast travel from the 24th hall to the Chamber of Crossroads. But I can't just go from Dolmen View to Chamber of Crossroads by swift travel. Why? Fix it, please. So finish his quest. And then, who do I have to talk to? So that quest is done. Then I have to talk to this guy. This quest is really easy. But I don't know where the other quest... Oh! I know where the other quest is. Wait, where's the... He's up here. Yeah, so the other quest is out the front by the Durin's Threshold. Where is this guy? He's down here. Cool. You bought Lego today? You bought Lego, but you couldn't buy the wardrobe? Priorities aren't in the right spot. Clearly. I don't want any excuses. Oh, I'm done. Cool. The Lego you did want was out of stock. Is that it? See, I was right. I predicted it. And they didn't have it. The Titanic is illegal? So you have to buy it and then import it. And then it's even more expensive because you're importing it. Dolphin View? I don't know. I'm lost. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know where I am, let alone what I'm doing. Do I have a... So, I want to do Library of Steel, but do I have an infused adamant? Adamant. No, I'm adamant I don't have one. So I actually kind of want to get the incomparable traceries. Just because I kind of can. But it's not this character that I have those on. So I will have to wait for that real quick. So what you're telling me is it's easier for me to go purchase it than it is for you. Let me have a look. Oh, it's temporarily out of stock. Damn it. It was built here. We can have it back, right? Well, he's at England, so technically not. UK. But yeah. Seems like the holy grail for you. One day, eventually, you'll be able to own it. But until that day. No, I'm just saying because England is not Ireland. And, you know, that's why. Should know these things, knowing that you love the Titanic so much. No, but I'm saying when I said it was built here, I then corrected myself because it wasn't built in England. So yeah, that's what I meant. It was that easy. Let's just go straight to the Chamber of Crossroads. And then we can just AFK and not have to worry about it. Right? That's what we can do. I'm going to look at Lelia's Market back. I just want to see what items... I kind of want to just bring up item treasury, actually, and just look at ceremonial. Item treasury. Ceremonial. When I have a look at cloaks, I just found basically that I had that page still up about the cloak. Let's see which cloaks look good. Hey, it looks like the tracery, the heraldry. Ooh, I quite like that, actually. Would that work for a Bjorning? I don't know. I think the kind of purple throws off. What does it look like black? Not what I wanted it to do. It kind of works, though. It's got like a weird raven-y... Reminds me of the raven thing. What about that? Since we're in Moria. I mean, we do have access to that one already. That just reminds me of Farakel. It literally says, from the region of Farakel. Nice. And same for that one, actually. Sut Warden, nah. That's alright. Ish. Not really a huge fan of that, or that one. That just looks odd to me. I do like that look. I think I had that one before. It looks very close to the one that's available for the winter one that I have. But yeah. Mortarous Bane, Remembrance, Flow of Shadow and Flame. Such an odd one that you buy considering it's so easy to get. Oh, I like that one. Can I make it more black? No. Damn. That's kind of nice-ish. Again, can I make it black? Sort of. That looks kind of bluish in a weird way. Cloak of the West Tower. I think you can just... Isn't that the one I already have? Yeah, except it's the same cloak I have, just black. Nice. What's the best plugins to use? I think it kind of depends on what you're after. I don't really think there's much plugins that like change my gameplay. For general plugins that I use though, I use in item treasury just to look at items. I can compare items and mostly look at cosmetics, which is nice. I do use alts. Is it alt-holic? Yeah, alt-holic. Though there are other alt character things, just so I can see how much money I've got between all my characters and, you know, look at my vaults and stuff, which is kind of nice. Other than that, I mean, what else do I use? Auras, I use for the most part on at least my Runekeeper and Hunter. Fanfiction is here. Don't really know if it's too useful for myself right now on Bjorning. Maybe I'll load it and see. What else? Oh yeah, deed tracker. Just keeps track of your deeds. That's just generally I have on everyone. Not really much else though, to be honest. Travel window can be nice. The map is because of the skin though. It's not really a plugin, but I guess it still counts. It's nice to have the map be the correct size and not super scaled up so that you can actually see what you're doing with your life. Not the kill. Kind of want some black dye now, just to dye this black. Would that be a better choice, Ghost? Would you approve of having... Except I can't... Wait, what? You can't dye that one black? Huh, you can only dye the ceremonial one? That's so weird. Anyway. Let's go to the Dolphin view. I'm wasting so much money. Or, Ghost, would you prefer this? Just no cloak whatsoever. Just the axe. I don't want to get rid of my bow as well. Or don't I have a nicer bow in my inventory? In my thing? Don't like the shoulders. I'm not too sold on them either. I do want to get like a proper outfit. I've got an idea, right? So I do want to get a sorted outfit anyway. Like I need to get one. The axe is the only cosmetic item here that's staying. The rest will at some point be leaving us. I need to lower this down, I think. And then lower auras down. To be there. But I think we should wear this, personally. That might be the better choice. Because I know how much you love this. I do like this one, though. I'm kind of glad I did buy it. I don't really have a character to use it on, but... What about these for the shoulders, but black? Or grey? Moria silver, unfortunately, is like the best looking. I kind of want this color, but the shoulders. Right? Grey. I just mean with this current outfit. I would love to... I like this outfit and these shoulders in general. I want to get the whole set. Luckily, I now have a character that can help me with that. What if we wear this as well, but grey? That kind of works. But not for this character. I mean, to be fair, the robe itself just kind of works. Minus the shoulders out of that, though. And that's sort of... Maybe. Very elegant. This is my... It's kind of like a dress, right? It's a robe. I can't change it, though. Can I change it? I can. Cool. Ooh, I kind of like that. I don't know why grey is kind of my more thought than black. I actually do quite like that in black, though. So many SS runs. I need to do it. But first, we need Lindral to get to 140, and then I can get Lindral to join. And then we can both do it. Whoa, I was reading my other screen. I'm sorry, what? Okay. That was a fun save right there. I should be dead right now. I am definitely saying that. I should be dead. So what you're telling me is I have to like level up my characters again to get close to you in Gundabad. I'll make my burglar get to 135 and then we'll do the same content. See, I'm looking at like Bjorning cosmetics, right? And a lot of them are just, and I get it, but a lot of them are just like, hey, this has got a lot of fur on it. That's kind of it. I just need to look at like general stuff. Age, Rink Stronghammer, and not Waffy. We don't like Waffy here. Alright. 5 goblin runners in the waterworks. Let's go. Yeah, Gundabad is... I think the area I'm assuming you're still stuck on is... Let me go. I'm going to make an educated guess. Right, let me guess. My mouse is messing up. This area. I mean, Gundabad is a cave, so not very much to it. That's kind of a nice look. I don't know if it would work well for Bjorning. Thoughts on this for a Bjorning? Maybe black, though, instead of red. I don't know. I got the Yule stuff that I got the Snow Traveler stuff, and I got that ice. I didn't get the dress, but I did get the ice outfit that I was looking at before. The like one with the pointy shoulder pad thingy. My mouse, I feel like something's up with it. It's twice now in very quick succession. It's kind of messed up. How do I get where I'm trying to go? I'm so confused. I actually need to go make myself a lot of black dye, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if technically the next festival is the Yule Festival again. I don't think officially there's a redo of it, but... Technically, the next thing to come up is the Spring Festival in April. Or no, in March, but it finishes in April. And then sometimes in like February they've done like the encore for the Yule Festival before. So there's a chance. But Spring Festival is an interesting one. You do a maze a lot of the time. I'll see if I can find the cosmetics for you. The maze is kind of easy though. I guess let me just look up launcher. Festival tokens. Spring leaves. Let's have a look. See, shall we? Cosmetics. Don't like it. You get this dress. Not really a fan. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Cloaks are my kind of more interested ones. Yeah, it was the one where you got this thing. Remember this outfit that you have? Except I bought it for you, I think, off the auctional, rather than getting it from the festival. You can get a white rose circlet, which I think could be quite nice if you, I wonder if white... Oh, no. If I just look at circlet rose and then just put up here. I wonder if... It's called white rose circlet, but I wonder if you can dye it. Oh, I kind of wanted it to dye the roses. Is what I kind of wanted to happen. Kind of annoying. Cosmetic head. Not a huge fan of circlets, normally. What about that one in black? Kind of works. Ooh, fancy. I've got horns. I just mean in general, like, even in Skyrim, I'm really... Like, Skyrim's like my first thought when it comes to circlets. I'm just really not a fan. I'm an idiot. I'm supposed to be making my way to the water. Right, okay. I need to get rid of this quest. I hate the fact that it keeps sending me to... There's no reason that quest requires there to be another, like, a sub-quest. I know why. It's because the optional one. But it's confusing, and it's just made me mess up all my progress of going to and from places. It's the iron helmet with the things in it. I actually, my favorite outfit in Skyrim is the Nightingale armor. And then I lost it. Because I gave it to Lydia because I had something better. And then Lydia died. But, like, died, and then never returned. Didn't, like, her body... I think she might not even be dead. She might just be in a dungeon somewhere. But I thought she'd return. But then, yeah, nothing. Years later. This was on console. So I couldn't spawn it back. I don't even have like a proper character on Skyrim. Because I did, and then I had an issue where my Skyrim wouldn't launch. Apparently it was something to do with the save data, because it was between like save data from the original and then having the special edition or something was causing it to break, I think. I can't remember. So I think I need to like restart my characters. I think I've got Skyrim installed. I kind of just want to. The problem with Skyrim on PC is I will always add a load more mods. I'll mod it for ages because I want to, like, I don't know, add mods. And then, yeah, after that, I will... I'll, like, eventually get it working, and then I won't want to play anymore. So, I don't know. I was actually gonna play. There was a Middle Earth mod or something, like just a Lord of the Rings mod. I installed, got working at one point, and then just kind of forgot about, uninstalled, and then, well, like, I uninstalled everything, and then, well, I think that was for the original Skyrim, not the special edition. Yeah, it's pretty good though. From like the little time I did like the first couple of missions. Does kind of make me want to play again though. Just like install it. Though as I said, I might have it installed already. Kind of want to go on my Steam and just have a look. Just wait for Steam. Because my Steam is broke. Not really. Do I have it? I do have Skyrim installed. Nice. And I also have Oblivion installed. So a lot of my time on Oblivion was spent on like the disc version. So I basically like have no time on Steam because of that. I got like 2.5 hours because I always played it like installed on Windows, just directly from disc. Goblin Runner, get back here. Get back here. Cool. Kind of one thing I knew but didn't really realize or think about is that I guess while you're in bear form, you don't have that ranged attack. I guess because of bees, you sort of do. But not like a ranged auto attack. What's lame? What people complaining about? Can't message me. On what? You're messaging me right now. There's another one. You're stalking me? Why are you stalking? Stop stalking. It's just rude. Okay. Now I kind of yeah, I bought it. It was on sale. It was cheap. Oh, you're stalking me on Steam. I see. I'm going back to the 21st hall. Why not? I have no idea recently. I remember I bought some like... I actually haven't played it. Not gonna lie. Not because I don't want to. I just haven't... I like installed it and then I opened it and then I had to go do something. So. Story of my life. Hey, you'll be even more upset to hear like where my Switch has been for the last 3 weeks. The answer is I don't know. Actually, that's a lie. I do know. I haven't played anything. My Switch is in its dock, unplugged, on my shelf. And my my controllers are also docked just randomly on my shelf. I do need to actually do it. I honestly just haven't played anything. Honestly. So it's not that I'm going out of my way to not do it. I just haven't how is so I've been looking at Skyrim and it was like Skyrim anniversary upgrade and I was like, okay, let me have a look. I'm not sure I'm too interested, but it's so weird. It says, is this DLC relevant to you? You've played 33 hours apparently fine in the base game, whatever. Similar to games you've played, Yakuza 0. Is Skyrim particularly similar to Yakuza 0? I don't know. Is it? So odd. Don't die. What should we do? Give you all my games. It's not even all my games. I have a load of codes that I just haven't actually put on yet. Which is really fun. The only game from my recent Humble Bundle thing I think I put on was Bullets Per Minute. Because I found that an interesting game. And I didn't touch it. I wasn't even from the last one. I probably have about 200 games that I still need to just like put codes in. But Steam gets really iffy at you if you put too many games in at one time. And it doesn't make shouts at you. So... it's probably about 200. I wouldn't be surprised. Should we count? Should we try and work out how many it is? Okay. Now some of these are because I already own the game. But let's have a conservative estimate at how many games I have remaining to yeah, add. So plus 1. I'll only do Steam games. I've got a couple like I've like Black Ops 4, but yeah, that's on like Battle.net, so I won't count it. Okay, plus 10, plus 10, plus 9, plus 10, plus 10, plus 1, plus 1, plus 10, plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, plus 14, plus... they're not games, they are other stuff. Cool. I have 262 codes left to put on my Steam. Though I think like 5 of those are games I already own. A lot of them are games I don't also care about too much. It's weird. It's like it's more effort to put the code in, you know, which is really first world problem. But I have stuff So I have like Borderlands 1 Game of the Year edition, Darksiders 2, Definitive edition, Warhammer 40k Dawn of War, Zombie Army trilogy, Sonic Mania. I already own those, so I just kind of have codes. I was actually gonna give the Borderlands one to a friend of mine, but didn't end up doing that. So we're gonna try and get some like play co-op. But I prefer Borderlands 2 over Borderlands 1. And then Sonic Adventure DX and Sonic Adventure 2. City Skylines. There's probably more somewhere. There's some stuff like I probably should do. Like there's a couple of games that I'm told are good. I'm just haven't gone around to them. Like Okami. I've been told Okami's good. So I have it. I should probably install it. Frostpunk. It's supposed to be good as far as I'm aware. What else is there? Control. XCOM. I got WWE 2K Battlegrounds. Weird things. Amnesia Rebirth. John Wick Hex. You should play all these games, get their cards, and then sell the cards for that incredible money that I'd get. I don't think I've ever gone this way before. What else have I got here? Yeah, just like sometimes there's like 12 games here, but none of them are really something that tickles my fancy. You know? I don't really find it too... They're not really kind of my niche, I guess. Also, I totally want those achievements. So, I don't know. I just gone the wrong way. Back. I don't know. I'm trying to actually find a game that I feel like I accidentally didn't ring through. That's one. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts. I don't know how I feel about it, but I really enjoy snipery games. I definitely didn't go the wrong way. Yeah. I should just, like, play them. It's just one of those things where I already have enough games. I don't want to add more to a potential backlog that I might never get around to. Metro Exodus, Darksiders Genesis. Is that, like, the... No. I have Darksiders 1 and 2. Is that like the fourth? It's not the third, right? Civ 6? I think I already own Civ 6. But if that's the Platinum Edition, then I might not have stuff. Stubbs a zombie, a rebel without a cause. Or without a pulse, rather. I really enjoyed that on Xbox. I don't think I ever completed it, but I enjoyed playing it. I think I played 2-player. I think it's 2-player. Can't remember. I should, but will I? I don't know. Yakuza 3 remastered. I don't know if I got Yakuza 3. I need to get back into Yakuza 0, but I just spent my entire time bowling in Yakuza, which I already spent my job doing, so I should probably stay away. I stopped playing it because I actually didn't have my controller, which was my actual problem. Let's just go Dolphin View. Superliminal is a game I've actually been like keeping my eye on for a couple of years. So that's nice. Oh yeah, there was another one, this Orwell Ignorance is Strength. I think I've already got Orwell. Is that, unless that's a new one? I saw a stream play it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then they like stopped playing it for like a week. And I was like, I kind of want to see what happens. So I bought it and completed it. So one of the only times I've been successfully just super enthusiastic about just straight up buying a game to what, like, because I need to find out what happens. Oh, House Flipper. Mordor Super Duper Edition. It'll never happen. Ever. Hey, Mordhau. That's close to Mordor, right? That's a similar word. And I have a code. What happened? People emailing me. Let's jump down a well again. Why not? I actually want to look on my Steam and just look up Yakuza. I have Yakuza 0 and Kiwami. Is that like the second one? I don't know. I was going to buy and play through all the Yakuza games in order. I actually really enjoyed what time I've spent in Yakuza 0. But I have spent a lot of time. Like, I spent most of my time just doing all the side content. So I am not massively too far through this story because I'm literally doing every single bit of side content available as it comes. Which is something I'm not normally one to do, as we can tell from this game. Except from Fairhand. Even then, that took forever. So close. We're like one book away at this point. We are 8 quests away from completing our purpose for tonight. So we'll see how that goes. I'm thinking about like maybe like 4 hours then. I'm also like, because we're at 2.5 now, I'm adding on like the beginning of Moria bit that I did off stream. So I'm going to add like, I don't know, an extra hour on just for the sake of it. And then that'll be at least that one legendary unlocked. Now I'm saying it will have taken us 4 hours to get to that point from the beginning of Moria, is my point. I'm trying to work out the entire purpose, other than just trying to level the Beyonding here, is working out how long it would take me to get to Moria and get up to Chapter 5, Book 5, or Book 5, Chapter 5. So if I know that takes me 4 hours, minus the leveling fact, I will then work out how long it takes me to technically get through Mirkwood. And then I'd also have to decide whether or not it's worth going for Mirkwood or not. I think probably not overall. But I don't know. Because then on each character, I'm already... Like, if I've got to level up, what on earth is happening? I'm like phasing through existence. Huh? Is that the upstairs area? That was so odd. yeah, if I'm, let's say, spending, I don't know, as a rough estimate, let's say I'm spending, I said technically I know a way of getting 11 million experience in 24 hours. So at a conservative estimate, let's say I'm spending 15, no, let's say, what's level 60, right? Let's say 65, 7 million. Let's say let's say 16 hours. If it then takes me 4 hours to then get through here, it's 20 hours. If it takes me then an extra 4 hours to get through Mirkwood, that means 24 hours per character for 2 of those items. Whereas then otherwise I'm doing, for 2 of them, I would be doing 20 then 20, so 40 hours. So I'm actually saving 16 hours. Started your building last night, having a blast. Nice. You probably already know better building better than I do. Maybe, I don't know. Kind of fluking my way through it. But the reason I chose to do it on the building is because since it's got the faster intro, if I do farm this, it will be with building. Though I say that, maybe I should just bite the extra, you know, deal with the extra 20 minutes, get a high elf, and then I can get the travel skill. But then I don't get Wanderlust. So I don't know. Yeah, because I don't think you've actually, like, properly played Bjorning. Your Bjorning is level 15 and is a play on my name. Even your Warden is level 18. So I don't think it's fair to compare yourself versus I. I didn't force you to play him. I just suggested you get used to Bjorning. An Essence Reclamation Scroll? How much you buying for, huh? I got some of those. I think. I have an Essence Reclamation Scroll. Though, speaking of forcing to play, we do need to get you... Oh, there's a throne run, but it's tier 1. Okay, not what I wanted. I need a tier 2. But we do need to get your captain done at some point. Hopefully. Even just for some mild supporting role. Okay. So now I actually have to kill stuff. It's so fun. I feel like it's not doing that much damage. Oh, I guess Thresh tier 1 versus, yeah. I just always feel like I'm doing a lot more damage with this, but I also think... I don't really know why. Ooh, an infused adamant. Let's potentially go look at doing that quest in a little while. I'll probably do it on this character, right? Because if I do that, at least I can maybe get a teal upgrade. And then maybe, just maybe we can sort of get a little bit of advantage out of that. Cool. Yeah, I want to get as many infused adamants as possible. I think that's like 11. I think. I think actually having a like being on level will actually make that attack, you know, whatever it's called, brutal maul, more effective because I'll actually have enemies around me, whereas right now I'm only one-on-one. It's quite difficult to kite. All right, one more enemy. Let's not jump in the tar or whatever again. Let's be a bit more switched on. Take this dude out. Cool. Did you work? No. Now that is just rude. Okay. Let's Wanderlust and get up here, hopefully, and I guess slowly make our way back up to the 21st hall, but at least it's something. Throne of the Dread Terror, tier 1, 4 out of X. Last full run, last call. I don't know what you get for doing tier 1. But I know that what we want, you get from tier 2. So, I don't know. You can get gear. You can seemingly get some other stuff, but I think most of that's old and not particularly useful. But yeah, I don't know. 21st hall. Did you tell me? What? I wouldn't know unless you tell me again. You did not tell me this, but fair enough. That was a very weird way of going up those stairs. But yeah, I want to get the reclaimed. I think it's reclaimed Pelennor Defenders gear, which I need to get from tier 2. I cannot get it from tier 1, which is just sad. Well, that's good. It's like, what, 2.5 weeks? $17 days. So yeah, 2.5. These quests take far too long. I don't even know if I need to go to the 21st hall, right? Yeah, I do. Over the edges. Nice. That's a good thing. I'm proud. Alright. Oh. This is so much quicker. So very much quicker. The new Switch. Now you have 2 Switch. Or 3. Technically. Right? I think. You have 4. I guess if you get bored of one, you can just switch which one you're using. Oh, I have to go to the waterworks again. Gonna cry. Actually gonna cry. I have the Animal Crossing limited edition one. So, you know. It's the favorite thing I own. What are you on about? You calling me a liar? How dare you? I have never lied in my life. Send me a picture of your one first, and then I'll send another one back to you. It will look the same. It'll just be like flipped, reversed. Don't worry about it. No. Just don't mind the fact that it says screenshot. Don't mind it. So yeah. Let me just send you a picture of the one I have. Cool. I have that one right there. It's really cool. I completely went the wrong way because I was too busy looking at my phone. I'm so good at this. At least these guys won't attack me though. That's good. Happy to know. But I'm going to make sure that I go into each of the areas for the deed. I know I said earlier that I was going to wait for the virtual experience stuff, but I might as well just do it. Not a big deal. A little bit of virtual experience here or there is not a big problem. Though it does make me want to stockpile a load of virtual experience for Feyrand. And then, I don't know what day it is, but... oh my god, what a coincidence. Yeah, so 27th, so a week from now, 27th to the 31st is 10% virtual experience increase, which makes me think that I should just wait until then, stockpile a bunch of virtual experience, and then get that extra 10%. Because it's only a week away. It's not like I'm waiting months. And then the 4 days of VIP boost at the end of February is also going to be quite a big day. Or big sort of 4 days. I should charge my phone. why it's at 27%. I need to get a new phone, actually. My phone battery is a bit worse for wear. I have a OnePlus 6T, which is now officially unsupported by OnePlus. So no more security updates, which is also another push, potentially. Should be Lost Treasury. Kill. Oh, lag. It's a OnePlus. That is the brand. It is Android, as everything that isn't iPhone is. But it is OnePlus, which is now owned by Oppo. I think it always technically was, but now like officially, fully. Yeah, 6T. And they have like the 9 Pro now. And the 10 was just unveiled. I like CES. I probably won't be going for another OnePlus phone. I don't really. I've seen a lot of unhappiness about their newer phones. But I also don't know. I was gonna go for like a Pixel, like a Pixel 6, but I've also heard like great things, but I've also heard really bad things. So I don't really know. I don't really use my phone for much anymore. In the last sort of month, all I've used my phone for is emails. So writing emails. Yeah, so literally the apps I've used is like Chrome to Google some stuff. YouTube Music to listen to music, because I've not even been listening to Spotify. I've just been on YouTube Music. Then Outlook for emails for work, and like my Google Business app thing. That's about it. I said I was going to use like one of my old iPhones just to be my like work phone, but my actual phone's just become my work phone, so I don't know. I don't really use it otherwise. Because I have far too many old iPhones just sitting around in drawers, not doing anything otherwise, that I kind of need to put them to use. So, yeah, need to do something about that. I mean, I could. I also kind of don't want to. Though I did buy them for a really cheap price off of someone I used to work with. She was selling her old iPhone 7, and then for like, I don't know, it was really cheap. And then she also just chucked in for like an extra 20 quid her iPhone, I think 6 Plus? I don't know. Not really. I've never really had too much sentimental. Like, my phone upgrade path has been like a Nokia 3310, something, I think something in the middle there, like an N-Gage, technically. I think that was technically a phone as well. I remember I had an N-Gage. Then a LG Chocolate. an iPhone 3G, then an iPhone 4, and then an iPhone 6, and then a OnePlus 6T. But I own an iPhone 3, 4, I think 4S, I think, technically. 6, 6 Plus, 7 Plus, and 8? Or is it a 7 and then an 8 Plus? I can't remember. I can still, after all this time, I sometimes struggle to type on Android, but I can type perfectly on iPhone. So that's kind of why I was also thinking about having an iPhone as a work phone. Because I just need Wi-Fi, which I can just get at work. Like, I don't even need a SIM. I don't really care about this quest. Cool, and one more. Luckily for myself, it is just any old creature. Talk to Bori. How boring. Get it? I'm gonna go to my house. If I go to my house, I should be able to go to the 21st hall from my house. Okay. Hopefully. There we are. Cool. Please, just work. Thank you. I love not being able to run forwards or move at all. So much fun. Oh, so apparently in between now and the 24th is 10% more motes and embers of enchantment from loot boxes. So does that mean I should really push for opening my loot boxes with my Bjornings now? They've actually done some nice things. I don't know if they're necessarily too great, but they've made it so that the gear that you get out of loot boxes is instead bound to account rather than character, which is kind of nice. But I also don't know if it's too useful. I hate this quest. I'm going to be so upset the entire time I do this quest. I mean, I can give you loot boxes. It's just the keys that are the issue. I can't help you there, sadly. I mean, depending on how technically old your account is, in like, is it April? I think. Yeah. Depending on how old your account technically is in April, you could get the keys sorted. I don't know if you've got the 2nd year anniversary box yet. I feel like you said you did, but also I feel like you said you didn't. But when you get that 3 years, Yeah, if you've got the 2nd year anniversary box, then it will it'll be 3 years in April. But then you get 3 keys per character. Ain't that fun? I mean, you could probably get Sauron pretty easily now. I mean, how many emotes do you have? No, you don't, Ghost. You don't need to do Remichan. I've told you this. You were looking at the set bonus stuff, not the generic stuff that still has the same cosmetic outlook. It'll look the same. It will just give you different stats, but you don't need to worry about stats. So you're all fine. I am sure, because remember how I bought those items? How many modes do I have? 4,000. How much is the helmet? 7,000. How about this? I will try my very best because of this boost by tomorrow. I will try and have enough motes to buy Sauron. And then I will go buy it and prove that you don't have to do Ramachan. Does it sound... How many motes do you have now? Yeah, it's a nice change. It'll be useful for the free-to-play account, which would be quite good. Would you be able to find out how many motes you have? If you do that, I will do what I can to think of a way to get you Sauron. As soon as I can. I mean, motes are a lot easier to get than embers as well. So, one way you could get more motes, like even just relatively quickly, it won't be enough, but it would be a little extra, would by playing a certain character called Palpadol, who I see has had a level increase. But as he levels up, he will get motes gear that he can then deconstruct. I can't guarantee by tomorrow, but if you tell me how many you have, like an exact number, then I can do what I can to plan something out for you. I hate this like effect that's on me right now. Sometimes, Ghost, you expect too much of me. You think I can level characters up super quickly and, you know. The biggest problem is I've done that before. So I kind of have proven that it's possible. Should have never have done it. Actually, Linduliel or whatever their name is. The name that you're going to tell me that I got wrong. Because I apparently got it wrong. Yeah, so basically, they might be a surefire way to get that sorted, but we'll have to have a look. Time to delete Linduriel and restart. You look super cool. I won't be able to tell because I can't inspect you, because... yeah. Okay. Can I make it there without going in aggro? I wonder. Okay. Interesting that you were further ahead in Embers than you were in Moats. Oh, that outfit. Fair. That's odd. I can see it on the picture you sent me. Do you not know this? You have the foraging pack. I feel like that actually might work well on a Bjorning. I don't know. Would that work? Could that be a thing? They're gonna aggro me all the way through. I have to. You're like nearly 4,000. So let's say you're about 3,000 off. I'm sure I can get it. I do like the idea of just having less cloaks and more like back items, if that makes sense. You know? Is it the herbalist stuff? Because I might already have a load of the items anyway. Like, yeah, I have a load of stuff already for those. Well, not a load, but like a decent chunk of stuff. Hey, I got a Kuzdul tablet. And another one. Another one. I love this attack. I just get to stand here and he just does it for me. Or she does it for me, I guess. Okay, I want to see, because I think I could... 250. One awkward thing. Okay. I want to test something, but I might actually be able to get you those motes really quickly. It's going to be a really random question, but do you have a cook? And what level are they? You should have a cook because you have that like cook farmer character, your champion. I think it is. Is that right? I mean like a high tier cook. Like a cook that's a like high level. So I know you've got a farmer, and I don't know if you did them as a cook. Or like level them up as a cook. I'm pretty sure they are cook, but I can't remember if you did them to like Minister Bill. Yeah, I think. Okay, you only have a high level farmer. Okay. I think there is a chance that I might maybe possibly be able to sort you out. I don't want to say anything before I know properly. I have to test something first. Beanie Hat. Hey, thanks for the follow. But I think there's a better way of doing it. So I need to, yeah, I don't want to say anything. Don't want to get anybody's hopes up. And then be a disappointment. Nice. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask. If you are doing free to play, though, one good thing is hopefully in the relatively near future, there should be a nice little boost for free to play players, which means you shouldn't have to buy the like locked trait point thingies. So, yeah, that's fun. Can I use this? That's so dumb. Yeah, it might be a nice little boost of some free-to-play stuff, so I will, I'll probably put something up separately for that. Beyonding is the fastest class to get through an intro. So it has a 10-minute intro compared to a, like, roughly 30-minute intro. So you just save about 20 minutes every single run. And when the runs are only, like, 2 hours, you're cutting, like, 10% of that run in total, which is kind of nice. So yeah, you also get Wanderlust at level 14, which if you are sort of just getting to that level, speeds you up faster than a regular horse would. Actually no, they speed you up the same speed a regular horse would. Where am I going? Oh, it's north. No wonder. And also, technically, they get an extra 5 Lotro points per run, so there's also that. There isn't a really good wiki sort of page on motes of enchantment. Oh, there is. I lied. Actually, that's an idea. I might even have a faster way of doing it. Oh, you just have to be... Okay. I still might have the answer. 5, 6, 6, maybe. Okay. I'll have to get back to you on it though. Like, how quickly do you want Sauron? I guess is the question. How desperate on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being like tomorrow. I really hope my internet doesn't cut out. If it does, I predicted it. If you, okay, that's a bit too quick. If you get Sauron, who are you gonna use it on? That's the other question. Does it mean Dampe comes back from the dead? Okay, so Palpadol comes back from the dead. Somehow, Palpadol has returned. Okay, 21st all cool. Off the top of my head, you have about 4,000, so you need about 3,000. Tomorrow by end of stream. Maybe. Why does it have to be all the way down there? That's so dumb. I feel like I said that about all of Moria, though. Oh, if I do that, though, even quicker. Oh, you only heard maybe? I said tomorrow by the end of stream. Possibly, maybe. If what I think works, works. I'm being very vague for reasons. The kind of problem that you have, I will get back to you on that because there's stuff I've got to do first. Bladia, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. There should be noise with that. But, there isn't. But thank you. Anyway. Yeah, there's some stuff I'll have to get done on my account first just to facilitate yourself getting that done. But, yeah, I think that should be doable. Hopefully, maybe. We might have to, like, finish some stuff off by the end of stream tomorrow. But yeah. But as I was saying, the kind of issue, and it's not really an issue, but it's something that I will point out, and it won't really matter too much after this, but maybe it's worth thinking about. So there's a lot of like weekly quests that you can do to get moats, but because you haven't done the required questing for it, you haven't got them unlocked on like Lindrow, for example. So there's some stuff like trading in tokens for moats from like daily quests in like Vales of Anduin, for example. But you haven't done that. You haven't done all the Vales of Anduin stuff, and same for like the Dwarf Hold stuff, like Scar. What on earth is that place called? Scarhold. I was thinking Scarshoe, but that's my burglar. And then some of the like Minas Morgul stuff that used to give embers but now gives moats. So like would have been stuff like killing the 9, for example. You know, that stuff would now give you moats instead of embers, but you haven't unlocked it yet. So yeah, unfortunate, but not a huge deal. No, but you have to complete all the deeds in Minas Morgul and also in Mordor Besieged to unlock the weekly quest to get moats for killing them. So you can kill them at any time, but there's a weekly quest to kill, I think it's 8 of them, right? But you have to do a bunch of like deeds and quests and stuff to unlock that weekly quest that then would give you. That's why I spent a lot of time doing that on Renaborn. So Renaborn is able to go do those quests and get those, you know, moats and stuff, but because you didn't do those like Minas Morgul stuff, because you wanted to wait until you had 140 and then go do all the Minas Morgul stuff, so you could just like walk through and, you know, work from there. At least that's what I understood as your reasoning. Or you just didn't want to do it. I don't know. Oh, wait, no. You wanted to wait until 140 was out. So you had 130 quests to do. But 140's out, so. Yeah, I did remember. I was mixing up two things, because you did want to go back to Morgul at 140, so nothing attacked you. So, technically, I was right, just about the wrong thing. I really wish Brutal Maul had a faster cooldown. I think it's a really fun skill. But yeah, I don't know. Let's kill the enemies we need. Maybe I'll just go through and like aggro all of them and show off my fun skill. It's really fun. Have I told you that yet? Have I mentioned it enough? Guess what? 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 You said guess what? And I said what? Feed was in Lego Star Wars. I actually saw an article about Star Wars today, and it was titled Star Wars needs to get over Tatooine, or something along those lines. It was just saying that everything is basically on Tatooine, and they just need to like use another planet. Someone's saying they really want to see Nar Shaddaa, and that they would have preferred Nar Shaddaa for like the Book of Boba Fett stuff. I mean, in terms of like shows, is what they were talking about, because they were talking about in like Mandalorian. It's quite in Mandalorian quite a bit. It's in the Book of Boba Fett quite a bit. Not that I've watched it. The Obi-Wan series is probably going to be there. Let's be honest. Because you can't really, you can't really do an Obi-Wan story without it really being on Tatooine. In that time period, at least. They have a lot to work with. I really want to play KOTOR again. I also just reminded myself that KOTOR is supposed to be getting remade on PS4, right? Or PS5, rather. Was that still a thing? Or has that changed? I think it wasn't working on my PC last time I tried it. I might have to just try again. I think I've still got it installed. But yeah. It says it requires human form. But it doesn't, because I'm not in human form. How odd. I remember I actually never played the original KOTOR. I only ever played KOTOR 2 at the time. And I had it on Xbox. And I was slightly confused. But I liked making my own lightsaber. I always remember there was a duplication glitch in the Xbox version. Are you waiting for it to be re-released? Is that what we're waiting on? Or is it just like, you haven't got around to it? And back to Moria. So I'm just going to jump off here and get probably that bit of deed, right? No? Does that not count here? Okay. Cool. Let's get back. I remember I got very confused at the beginning of KOTOR 2 though, because with the combat system. Because I had never played a game that had that sort of slightly, I don't know how you describe it. Is it like, it's not really turn-based, but like, you know, pausing to choose your decisions and stuff. I did like Fallen Order though. I don't know as much as some other games, but like, I thought it was alright. I played it. It was fun. I know you don't have to, but it did it when I first played, and I got really confused and thought my game was broken. It's like, I remember when I used to go to my friend's house every Saturday, and I remember when Oblivion came out, he was playing Oblivion. It just come out, and I remember he got through the intro. I remember he got to the like goblin shaman guy that has the like, you know, staff thing, lightning staff, and he would pick it up and he'd always get over encumbered because he was just picking up everything. But in Oblivion, you would just stand still and you couldn't move. But at least in Skyrim, you could move, you were just slower. But he didn't know what was going on, so he kept restarting over and over and over again, thinking his game was bugged by this, like, one item. And was, like, trying different things to not, like, with this item. And then eventually I sort of, like, worked out that it was over encumbered. Some weird mechanics I didn't understand when I was younger. I mean, I understood that eventually. I think I searched through the manual to find that one out. But that's what I don't like about, like, Skyrim's over encumbered system is better in that regard. You can still move, but just slowly, and it tells you, I think, a bit more blatantly. Whereas the fact that you just, like, were stuck and you couldn't, like, do anything made it feel like you were just stuck on something. And it being a Bethesda game, I wouldn't be surprised if you were just stuck on some random geometry. Enhancement runes, level 50 rare. Nice. Cool. So, we are really close now. So we're on Book 5, Chapter 3. Book 5, Chapter 5 is what we're after. However, it will take a while because, unfortunately, Book 5, Chapter 5 is a very fun quest where you've got to do 3 other quests or 3 other skirmishes. However, we're level 65. I can run those at level 59 or as low as potentially possible. I think you can run it at 55. I could be wrong. But we will just be running them at the lowest level. But yeah. I mean, I could just look. Battle of the 55, yeah, it's also. So we'll run it 11 levels below. We won't get experience from kills, but at least we'll be getting through it quicker, which I guess is a nice thing about us still going to 65, is that, yes, we do have to run skirmish at 65, unless we do it at 20. But when it actually comes to doing that skirmish content, we can just lower the levels. And then we'll see if we can make, I don't know, a little bit of work on Mirkwood. See, on this character, I will do all the Mirkwood expedition quests, because on a character I'm going to keep, I have to do those. It's just something that has to be done, personally. But I will, in future, probably not do all of them, and just do the basic ones, and go from there. I also should get head count, which gives me another enhancement runes incomparable to trade over. So that's also a nice little upgrade. Random thing, Ghost. Do you have the Steely Dawn starter pack? Do you have that starter pack that gives you all the double XP things at the beginning? Cool. I couldn't remember if you had it or not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just thought I'd double check that I had done that. Cool. So there's a guy here that I really like the outfit of him. But we'll see in a second what that looks like. Sorry, Bori. Don't worry about it. What is the next quest, anyway? So, Sorrows of Khazad Doom. Talk to Bosi. Is that it? Literally just talk to Bosi. Easy. No reason. Actually, no. It's because if you do end up getting the, because you also didn't tell me. Do you have the 2-year anniversary gift box? Basically, if you do, then it just helps out with if you ever have to farm them. That's it. I'm not on Treebed, no. I'm on Evernight. Why did that attack not work? That's so odd. At least I'm going to get Enmity of Orcs soon. Didn't check? Okay. Don't worry too much. I mean, if you're still logged in, sure. Like, into the client, but I wouldn't go out my way to... I wouldn't make you go out your way to log in again. I wouldn't worry too much. Yeah, this guy's outfit, I really like it. Just something about it. Kind of cool. Yeah, don't worry about that. I don't think I could pull it off with a character. But, I like it. I like this thing. I can't remember what it's called. But I like the little thing on his hip. Anyway. Let's face this way. And auto run. Ready to go. And then as soon as we can, we just like run out of here and be like, yeah, we're never going back there. Then O? Wait, what? Huh? Hip? Oh, I'm being attacked. Am I being attacked? Okay, I'm not being attacked. Oh, hip. Oh. Yeah, this thing. I like this thing. I like his look. I don't like his staff. Actually, no. No, I kind of like it. I've seen better. It was a joke. And that's why I didn't laugh. I actually... The stuff I do like, though, is this one. Hey, hey. How are we? Yeah, this is the stuff I like. I think it's quite cool. Overall. I think it's better, but that's the one I was thinking of recently. There was an outfit I wanted to do, and it kind of fit the theme. Bjorn is getting buffed. I don't think Bjorn is getting buffed. I know Brawler's getting buffed. Warden's getting a nice little upgrade as well. I don't even know what the latest thing was. What was it? Warden's getting a tracery improvement. Yeah, Brawler's getting like animation time increase stuff. Apparently it's not great still. It just perform like feels better. That's what I've been told. Not really sure then. I'm only on here because I'm planning on farming Moria with a lot of Bjornings potentially. So I kind of want to get rough timings and get used to the character. And also, I want to get a trait point for this character. But yeah. I'm quite excited for the Warden Mastery cooldown to be improved from 3 to 5 seconds. Because I always felt that it was a bit underwhelming being 3.3 seconds, you know? I assume they're going off like teals, so that'll be like maybe 5.5 seconds would be nice for a legendary. That'd be really nice to actually have. Makes me definitely want a legendary. One of those. I mean, Hunter is also getting something, right? But it's Lingering Wound, and I don't think I've ever used Lingering Wound in my entire life. On purpose. In fight. Maybe on a dummy, but not in a fight. Come on. There we go. Getting out of this area is actually such a pain. I dislike it. Why is... Okay. So I need... There we go. I need to sort that out. There's another, like... So there's 2 echo dots in my house. And one's in my room and one is downstairs. So basically my Spotify keeps getting hijacked by the other echo dot. Or echo, whatever. And it really gets on my nerves after a while. I'm having my music stolen from me. Okay, give me a sec, because I need to have a conversation. Nah, it's this because they're both linked to my Amazon. Give me like 5 seconds. I need to sort it out. If I am mute, we should be back. We will see how long it takes before. Yeah. Or you just didn't unmute properly when I started. Yeah, so we'll see how long it takes before I don't get listened to. And yeah, it gets changed again. We'll see. I want to double check this quest though, because craft for moats, yeah, it's only 250. And that's just such a terrible number. I was at mute gunray. Can I mute your joke? It thematically does not fit with the game that we're playing, I think you'll find. Because there are no gun rays in the game. Right. Okay. So, upon completing this quest, we will get ourselves a level 50 tracery in a box, as well as this, which we don't really care about. But this is bind to account and is pretty much perfect for us. So, unfortunately, it is a bit of a hassle to get, but hopefully shouldn't take us too long. Hopefully. I think 4 hours isn't terrible. Oh wait, no, Chamber of the Crossroads down the well. Cool. Spioning has died so many times down this well. It's sad that that's the only proper way of getting down here without spending so much time of your life. Because the shipping cost is then absorbed into the price. So if it doesn't ship there, the shipping isn't included in the price. So it looks cheaper. That is totally the legitimate reason, not just something I made up on the spot. Battle of the Deep Way, level 55. Let's go. May as well get a warrior. He's level 66. Look at him. Just gotta wait. South barricade. Right. Can I just stay here and do this all day? I do wish, though, that, as I said before, I had just an extra, like, Brutal Maul had a faster cooldown. For some reason I didn't hit him, even though effect applies to enemies within 5 meters. Yeah. Oh. I actually wonder if I should, like, get my ult, get Rimulus to join, right? Because it's just a skirmish. I could have Rimulus just one-shot everything next time I do this. And then we could just stay in the middle and sort of just, I guess, benefit. I could also put it like 7 levels higher and still one-shot everything. The North Barricade? No. You don't believe that? Believe what? What do you not believe? No, yeah, but Sauron isn't in this mission. Or this quest. So why would that matter? Yeah, in the skirmish, obviously. I think you're just bad at, you know, reading the room. What do you mean not geared? I guess because, I don't know. I think you're incorrect. So, yeah. Who's attacking my central camp? Go. I also think Brutal Maul is such an interesting attack because it isn't technically an attack. It is, obviously, but it doesn't have a damage. Instead, it gives a damage over, essentially a damage effect. Not damage over time, but a damage effect. Because it's just a channeling. I guess it's just channeling skill, right? Instead. What was that? North Barricade. Oh, you definitely can't one-shot anything. I will, however, be able to one-shot the character that will have the Sauron helmet. So, that's always good to know, isn't it? Already can. Not on this character. Scarshoot can, though. How did Scarshoot cheat? Scarshoot hasn't cheated at all. And by cheated, you would normally mean crafting or like farming or something. But most of Scarshoot has been done on stream, to be fair. At this point. This is not the free-to-play now. I wish we had got Beyonding to this point. No, I'm probably gonna wait until... I don't know if I'll wait necessarily, but I'm certainly somewhat gonna wait until update 32 for some free-to-play stuff, just because of the somewhat more major implications that update will give. Not the stuff that matters, like crafting gear and leveling up. Definitely not important. But yeah, update 32 seems very free-to-play friendly, so that'll be good. And then our characters can gear up. In fact, I'm actually wondering how that will affect the lower level characters and if they will perform better by having that trait change. Probably not, because you don't get far enough for this. You shouldn't really, except from this one, get anything, and these shouldn't matter. Actually, no, they could matter. Yeah, but as I said, a majority, like 99% of it was done on stream anyway. You think I have time to level up characters off stream? I'm so glad you think so. Though that said, I have recently got my captain up to level 110, so considering that's a higher level than my captain. Oh no, my captain is now my highest level for yeah, my captain is now higher level than my burglar, than Skarshu. My captain is now higher level than Palpadol. Hey, I got Enmity of Goblins too. Would you look at that? I get another one of these things. Return to Grimbjorn's Lodge. Well, I particularly want to, but hey, it's another travel skill. Why not? I'll take it. How's Burglar at high level? I'm not one-shotting everything now, but I am one-shotting normal enemies. Yeah, so all the normal enemies, if I'm stealthing behind them, I am one-shotting. Any sort of like more signature enemies, I am like two-shotting. Mounted combat is the worst thing ever to be created, but I think that in general. Mounted combat is the only time I'll die at the minute, because they'll sort of... The only ranged attack I've got is throw knife, which is just not effective at all. My only like major complaint at the moment. Yeah. Hey, it's the final showdown. Okay. Just stay here. Yeah, this is a skirmish, but it's part of the Moria story. That was a fun little thing to do. I'm more making my captain to support a different character on another account. Though at the same time, I do also want one of each character at max, or at least 100 is my immediate goal, but max is ideal in the near future, just so that I can, you know, sort of just have more variety. I can do whatever. If a group needs like a healer, I can go heal. If a group needs a tank, I could go tank, you know. I'd like to be at that point where I can at least do everything to a decent enough like quality, I guess. And now I gotta go to the Way of the Smiths for our second one. And then I've got to do our third one. I actually might load into... yeah, Fire Arcade is the current meta. It used to be Lightning, but I think, yeah, it is still Fire at the moment. I haven't really played too much Fire, though, to be honest. Mostly stuck to Saganmov. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Hopefully I said that. I'm just thinking of Sagan, the Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's about it. That's all my brain can think of. Ghost, how do you think of these questions? Where'd you find these questions, Ghost? I'm worried about you. I need to pick up Lore Master again. The one class I have probably spent the least amount of time on now. Yeah, exactly. Who do you go to for these? Where do you go to get these questions? What's going on? I don't know how you get those. How do you get those? You don't. That's the question. That's the answer. Random TikToks. Okay. I am worried about you. I'm worried for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try, just real quick, to see if this works better. I'm going to join in as Rimulus. I don't know, and I don't particularly want to think about it either. I don't want to think about which one I would choose, because then I have to like run that through my head. So you ain't getting an answer. Okay. You don't win. I just don't want to answer that question. That's about it. Not really much more to it. Alright, I just need to real quick grab the VIP thingy on my alt. But I will invite him to Fellowship nonetheless. Oh, can I not unlock it? Oh, you actually have to do that part of the story? Oh, well, that's just ruined my entire plan. Thanks, game, for being really awkward about it. Well, okay. Let me just not do that. What I should do is I should totally get him leveled up to that point and or to that point in the quest and then sure, potato roll, why not? Because if you say rotten, that means I'm more likely to get ill. Am I just getting interrupted? Is that why that's happening? Yeah, it's kind of annoying that there's that weird limitation. Like, I kind of get it, but I just want to be able to just do it. That's fine. I was trying to get the other character sorted. But for some reason, they decided, hey, let's make it really awkward, huh? Let's make it really broken. What level is that, actually? Level 60. Do I need a level 61? Not really. It is weird that that armor has, like, such low... I guess not really too low, is it? It's only 35 compared to 40. Still. Do. Cool. I just hate how slow these, like, defensive ones are. It's my only kind of annoyance. But again, I will probably get Rimulus to a point where he can just take part. Or maybe that captain. I don't know. Why did it break? Why do this? Why? Galadriel, because she lived longer. And she was, like, in charge. Like, properly in charge. And then, like, you know, because Padme, half the time, wasn't even Padme. It was her bodyguard. So she'd be, like, dead. Dead. If it weren't for her bodyguard. Dead. My burglar is red. Yes, red. At least currently. The actual answer, though, Ghost, is I don't know, because they're all good in their own rights, and it's I think an unfair point to try and compare them because someone will be upset about anything. Quite honestly. Slash, you can't just drop that on someone and then get them to choose. Because I don't think about that. I don't think about those three characters. McGonagall is the weird one there. You just kind of added that. I get at least where we're coming from with the, like, Star Wars versus Lord of the Rings thing. In relation to previous conversations. I don't even think I'm that big a fan of Harry Potter, to be honest. Because there are some people who are just a bit too into Harry Potter. I don't think you get that as much with Star Wars. Or Lord of the Rings. I still will not answer. Because again, I'm not comparing characters and trying to fight over them. Not what we want. Yeah, there's some weird Harry Potter people. Like, I get it. There's some weird people. But I also guess that's could be said for literally any fandom. Why do this? Why? Sort your life out, Bjorning. Actually hate it. I've been talking all stream about how I like this skill, and now it's messing up on me and I hate it. Not happy. I really should check up on my free-to-play account, because I might have either gotten a load of shards back, I've just realized, or I've either got a lot of shards back or a lot of money. I just realized. We'll have to have a look at some point. Well, that was easy. It's not really the final assault, though, because there's another one after. And we have another thingy after this, and I don't like the 21st hall one. But after that's done, then we're done. And then we're, like, done. Oh, they are moving against it. Okay. Yeah, and then we're, like, done. And then we can just go, like, Mirkwood and hate our lives, because it's Mirkwood, and I hate Mirkwood. How are you not dying? Nope. I'm not doing Lorien first. I am using this as a way to make it so that when I do this next time, I'm using it as a little extra time, and I'm not going to completely, utterly destroy my, like, sleep schedule. So, no. We will be going to Lothlorien briefly to then head into Mirkwood, but we will not be going into Lothlorien to do the questing. We might not even finish the Mirkwood stuff today, because, well, it depends how long it takes. It'll probably take a while. It's 18 chapters, so. No. No, I'm going to Mirkwood to do... I'm here to farm legendary traceries. So I'm here to do Mirkwood and Moria. That is it. There is never a day that I can say, I'm going to do this, without Ghost trying to make me do more. Never good enough. Is it? Never good enough. Okay. And final one. Why do they have to do it this way? I did not say yes earlier. I never at any point during this stream said I was going to go do Lothlorien's quests. I said I'm going to Lothlorien to go to Mirkwood, but I am not doing Lothlorien's quests. I already dislike doing half of them on a good day. So, no. I'm just going there to leave there. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Because I also said, as a point earlier, makes me think that if I'm spending, let's say, 16 hours getting the character to 65 in the first place, then I may as well become High Elf so that I get my Return to skill. So it's an easier way to get into Lothlorien so that I don't have to go all the way to the first hall, which is what eventually I'll have to do. I mean, I'm already putting myself through the torture of doing Moria because I'm so glad I only have to do half of it. Doing 18 chapters of Mirkwood will be hell. And that's why we probably will not finish them today. I am at the east. Where is my assault? There are 18 chapters in Mirkwood that you have to do to get the legendary box. So technically, yes. Because after that, you just go to, like, I don't even know where you go. Do you go Enidwaith? I think you just go get all, yeah, you go get all the Grey Company, and then you leave, and then you go to a region. Or, like, no, you wouldn't go Rohan. Well, yeah, I think you would go Rohan, technically. Yeah. Where on earth is this first assault? Is it just because nothing loaded in? Look, from the east. This is the east. Is it because I just skipped ahead? Or have I broken the instance? Okay, I think I just went there a bit too quick. Cool. But we're not doing Rohan. At least for a little while, because again, the only reason I'm particularly focused on doing this is I'm trying to farm these legendary traceries at a point where we cannot on Feyrand because he is too underleveled. And if we can get the legendaries now, I guess it would be nice. Though I definitely should just wait until level 65 to do it. I'll go finish Rohan if you get to level 140. How about that? So in other words, this character stops playing now. Right? Because it's never gonna happen. Get it? Oh, there's a troll over here I should probably take care of. Cool. It's a door hidden behind a door. Fancy that. All right. I realize compensate, or composure rather. I don't know why I said compensate. He's just kind of useless. Tome of Agility 14? I can't remember what Feyrand has. I think I've already got 14. Wait, 14 is 65 anyway. Wouldn't matter. I think I have 14. I need 13. That's what I'm after. It's because it's PG. What you're looking for is Game of Thrones. It's got all the swears and stuff in it, right? I don't know. I have never watched it and never read it, so I wouldn't know. Don't particularly have much interest. Okay. I mean, fair play. Makes you wonder what the Amazon series will be like. Hopefully it's just stays normal, I guess. How did you get in here? And please, can you leave? Cool. I've never seen this one before. I've never seen this encounter. Yeah. I think we have to see though, once it gets like a rating, right? That'll give you an indication for sure. See where it goes from there. Get over here, everybody. How are you alive? You should be dead. You're within 5 minutes of me. 5 minutes? 5 meters. I don't know. Why would you ever do that quest, Ghost? It's like the worst quest in the game. Actually kind of offended that you would do such a horrible thing. You don't even do anything, you just stand there. Terrible quest. Ain't worth it. Okay, and our final bit. After this, we have completed the legendary boxy thing. So we can have a little peek at whether or not we get anything good on Feyrand. And then we'll see what we can do about Mirkwood. As I said, it will take a little longer because I will be doing all the expedition-y stuff, but I went in the kin house a few days ago and saw a statue. But that's the only thing I've noticed recently. I didn't see anything else. I was trying to drop something off in a chest, so I kind of didn't see. I mean, that's the only new thing I saw. Yes, only statue. Everything else was chucked away. Completely empty, bar the statue. Okay. Well, I guess I possibly went in before you added that because I can't remember exactly when it was, and also it was like 4 a.m. and I was tired, so I wasn't really paying attention. The only reason I noticed the Candace thing is because I'm pretty sure it's a legendary item, so it's like gold name, so it was kind of you know, in my face. I will appreciate it next time I go over there. Why is it sending me back and forth? I don't like it at all. It wasn't over here. The way they word this, I swear they do it on purpose. The south end of the northern hallway. I just read the word north and just went north. But no, it's here. These dwarves are gonna die. I feel no remorse whatsoever. If you stand there getting shot by an arrow and don't do anything, then quite frankly, that's your fault. Easy. See, normally I have one of the encounters over here. Okay. So now if I go to the Chamber of the Crossroads, we should... I don't know what our slash playtime is. It's going to not be anything truly amazing. 1 day, 10 hours 23 minutes, 9 seconds. But that isn't all just like me playing. That's, you know, or not all me focusing on getting to this point. That is how long this character's been around. But, you know, not that long. I think we could probably drop this down to like 20 hours from beginning to end, which isn't great for, you know, trying to get one item that you might not even want a particular version of. But hey, if it's your only choice, then what are you going to do? So we have this lovely tracery box. I will put that in my shared storage, which I luckily have a little bit of space left. Cool. And let's have a real quick peek at Fayrand. So Fayrand's over here. And let's have a quick peek. So looking at it as well, there is actually so you can get a, so bringing over the wiki page again. You can get these, which allow you to choose what you like. And we would be looking for these shattered / fragmented / cracked traceries to get the 45 to 95 stuff. Now, these are useless to us, but something that exists at least. This one is actually the more interesting because it gets us to choose a tracery that we want. And, well, yeah, we can just choose. You can actually get this from a level 75 quest, which is the Prince of Rohan, which is a solo quest after you get through here. So I actually wonder if it probably isn't, let's be honest, but would it be better to... I think you can skip some of this. I think you can, like... I don't know where up to, but I don't think you have to get through 4 books. But even so, these are 65s. So if I got to 75, they shouldn't be too difficult. But I think... Now, this stuff is a lot. There is, like, 30 quests here. No, I'm not skipping Mirkwood today. I will probably still level Erinmer and get her through this anyway, because I need to, just for general progression. Now, this stuff is a lot. There's a lot of work here. But if I can get through, like, some of the Rise of Isengard stuff, as long as I can get to the Prince of Rohan... Now, there are some instances to that. There is quite a lot. But I just wonder... I wonder how close I can get to this book without actually doing it. Yeah, it's not... You've got to remember, this isn't about me trying to skip content because I don't like it. It is me trying to skip content to try and help out another character. I won't be doing it on Erinmer. I will be doing it on a throwaway Bjorning that will otherwise never be touched again. And just get deleted. Yeah, so I saw this one last time I was here. See, I told you I was here recently. You know? When I came here, these were not up. Yet. So. This was here. This might have been here. I think this was here and this was here. I know. I'm just making sure that you also remember that I'm not saying something's bad. I'm just saying that I'm not going to be necessarily... I'm not skipping it because I think it's bad. Okay, So what I want to do is I want to go to my personal house. Yeah, what I will probably end up doing at some point is I will go on to, I don't know, Rimulus is actually probably a better choice, but a character that's been Valard more than likely would be a better choice because they won't have had that. They would definitely not have had that done. But go on a Valard character or a character that's like been leveled up quite high without doing much content, like I don't know, my captain, and work backwards at the beginning of each of these books and find out where's the earliest I can start from. That's probably the best idea. Now I want to have a look at Red Warden. And I want to pick up these legendary tracery things. Let's hope we get something good. Ambush, critical chance, and damage multiplier. All that for nothing. I've never been more disappointed in my life. I'm so sad. Minas Tirith was a quest pack. It wouldn't have been in an expansion. Because they didn't do expansions for a while. For like 4 years. It was like Rohan, and then quest packs, and then Mordor. I can't remember what I was doing. Ah, yes. Actually, never mind. That's why the code thing was so useful. Because you get a lot of quest packs. Because the quest pack stuff was... Well, they just kind of didn't do expansions for ages. Why is my Chrome broken? Okay. Let's see. Well, it looks like Reddit's dead. That's fun. I was looking at something on there. Very useful. 2018? No. It was 2019. 2019 or 2020. One of the two. The wedding was well after Minas Tirith and Mordor was even released. No, not worth it. I just remember I wasn't playing that year. So I think it would have been 2019. Well, to think in 5 years the game will be 20 years old. a crazy thought. I'm just gonna go play the new Microsoft MMO. That's my plan. MMO by Microsoft called World of Warcraft. Right. I wonder if they would port that over. Could you imagine? Alright. Eventually, we'll get to the first hall. I mean, I was more trying to make a joke about Microsoft buying Blizzard, but, you know. Well, Activision Blizzard. It wasn't a threat. Just curious to see how that goes. Oh, no. Wrong way. Arguments in wild chat? Never. Damn, that's not great. Hope you feel better soon. I mean, when I had it, it was pretty terrible for the first couple of days, at least. A lot of people at my work's been getting it, actually. Which I not great. Which way do I go? This way? This way. Someone just referred to Brawler as a very hands-on class. I approve. Oh, it took so long to get from A to B. I guess I get it. It's supposed to be this, like, large open area. But it's so boring to just ride through. Like, on the first time, I get it. You know, it's cool. Whatever. On the, like, 50th time you've done it, it's just not that fun anymore. And I've got to do this more if I want to get the legendaries I want. Imagine if I do this on, like, my 25 Bjornings. Right? And I get them to 65. Or whatever. And then I do this. And let's say we're looking at an average of, you know, let's say a day per person. Or per Bjorning. Can you imagine just 25 days to potentially not even get the things, or like I could just level up in a couple of hours and then just, you know, get 15 of them every hour compared to 15 every 2 weeks. Technically, I guess it would be 30 every 2 weeks, but still. No, believe it or not, it's not quite the funnest experience. These maps still throw me off as well. Ever since they changed it, I'm not a fan. I'm not that big a fan, I'll be honest. I honestly think although it will take a little bit longer, me trying to work out that level 75 quest is probably our best bet. Because at least that way, let's say it still takes me, you know, let's say it takes me 15 days, right, to get 15 of them. At least I can choose what I want, right? And because I can just obtain however many I want, and they stack, so they stack to 1,000. Not saying we're gonna get 1,000, but let's say, you know, they do stack. Let's say we do something with that. Then, you know, we can just do that for any other character. So I think that's a better choice. Potentially. I am interested to see about the other ones. So like the Rohirrim Tracery, the Gondorian Tracery. Like obviously after a while it's going to become like worse and worse to farm. But then SS is a thing, like, you know, we can just run that. But I am curious to see if any of them do drop from quests. So I get a Shattered Morgul Tracery from the Ultimate Expedition suppliers. The Shattered Gundabad Traceries have a chance to drop in the Adventurous Steelbound loot boxes. Huh. How interesting. That's the Shattered ones, though, not the Cracked. The Cracked ones are the more preferred ones, which you only seem to get from the epilogue. Part of me just wants to, and I know it's a really dumb idea, I just want to open a load of loot boxes on, like, at 140. Because you can get Tracery Token Legendary. When open, apparently. When opening this item grants one randomly selected legendary quality level 131 Word of Mastery Tracery that is class appropriate. That is really, really messily written, but I get it. I can get Embers. I can get the cosmetics, which I can get normally. The items of legend I'm more interested in. Stat tomes as well. I think that's actually it. Like, the legendary stuff is the only thing I'm particularly interested in when it comes to normal, like, stuff, right? With the 140s. The rest, like, cosmetics, I can get whatever, you know, horses and stuff. Stat tomes as well, I can just get in any of them, but... yeah. I might just be really dumb. Like, if I Lotro Point farm, right, I can buy keys. But is it worth Lotro Point farming? What is it, 195? I mean, if you buy them in bulk, right, how much is it for bulk? 900 for 5. So you're saving 10, 15 per. So you're saving, what, 60, 75 lottery points? So it's like, how do I make 1,000 lottery points, let's say? I don't think it's worth it. Like, I wouldn't say it's worth it, but it's something that I would do, if that makes sense. Like, I tend to do it as like a little reward to myself. Normally, what I would do actually is I like, because I'm not particularly farming lottery points, I would like do the deeds for a region to make some lottery points, and then I would like reward myself by buying a key, right? Normally the way I'd do it. But I guess we'll see. Do I have to? I do have to talk to Haldir, I think. I open a load of the low-level ones simply because they're technically free to me for the lower levels. You know, so I will create a Bjorning, get them to level 20, so I can open up loot boxes. I open up 4 because I get 4 keys per character, and then, you know, delete the character, restart. Takes about an hour. I get 4 things out of it. I get a couple of lottery points. Yeah, little things like that. I never really go out of my way to like open a load of them to get gear, you know? But yeah. I used to prefer the old situation where not only could you just obtain them by, you could get them as a random drop from an enemy, but they were like super rare. But you also got them instead of the moats for completing a deed area. So for completing all of Ered Luin, you would get a key, for example. For completing all the deeds of the Shire, you'd get a key. So when you're actually lottery point farming, you were making lottery points and you were getting a key, and if you were really lucky, you were getting another key from a drop. So you could sometimes get, if you did like Ered Luin and Shire in one run, you could get like 2 keys, potentially 3 keys, and then open them up. However, the boxes were different at the time. So they were actually scaled per 10 levels. This was back when the max level was like 100 instead of 140. So you'd have like a level 20 box, a level 30 box, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. I think that was it. I think it was every 10 levels. And you could only unlock it at the level that you were. But you could trade the keys. So you could just, you know, do whatever. However, I still had those 4 keys that I would have, or 3 at the time, 3 keys per character. So I'd be able to do a lottery point run, open up 4 or 3 boxes, which sometimes included a key in themselves. So sometimes I could use the bound key to open a box to get a non-bound key, which I could then, you know, trade over to, you know, my actual character. I'm actually curious. I wonder if there's any still on the auction hall. I have a load. Yeah, all these old sturdy steel keys. I had like 50 of them on Arkenstone. I was actually planning on doing a mass unboxing. Hey, look, someone's trying to sell sturdy steel keys. Are they listening to me? Am I being spied on? Okay. Yeah, you can still buy the boxes, actually. And you can still buy the keys, actually. So you can still buy the keys for 3 keys for 250. So they're actually so much better value. They're like half price off of like a normal key normally. And you can, you know, use those to... I actually wonder what you get in the old boxes still. I mean, you can go to Moria as soon as you get to 45, technically. 51 is a good choice, though, because you can then immediately update your legendary weapon at 51. Because you'd upgrade it at 46. So you get a level 45 legendary. At 46, you'd upgrade it. And then at 51, you can upgrade it again. So you'll have a quite powerful weapon to help you out. Sarnor to get the goat. That's actually, yeah, that's a good way of going about it. You do get a goat. You can get a goat, but it is really slow from doing the intro stuff. It's only like 32% speed though. So yeah, doing Sarnor to... Do you get a thing for Sarnor, or is it just getting the Thorin's Hall rep? Yeah, the Thorin Hall goat would be a good choice. That's what I did, personally. Yeah, so a Norian Ironbound. Like, what would I do if I unlocked a Norian Ironbound loot box? I could get a key, like... So this is some of the stuff you could get. You could get Starlit Crystals. All this stuff is old. A load of Universal Ingredient Packs. Eastemnit. I never know what that is. Okay, automatically converted into Universal. Okay. Universal Solvent. You can get a Universal Toolkit. Daleman's Crams. Soldier Summoning. This is some old stuff. Hope Tokens. Ceremonial Singed. You can get like some really bad stuff. Pick amount. Ooh, I love me a pick amount. You can choose any of these mounts. And you can just choose which one you want. And that's the only way of getting this mount. There is no other way of obtaining this mount. Except from this... apart from this loot box. I've only ever once gotten the drop, though. So you have to open the old loot boxes. Yeah, you have to open the old loot boxes to get an item called Pick a Mount, which you can then choose to choose any of those mounts. So, yeah. I think you can technically get Pick a Mount through normal stuff. Oh my god, you get a legendary ring at 115? Wait a second. Ah, that's really curious. You can get a legendary ring. I know, you can still get it. It's just technically obsolete. You have to buy old items. You can still buy the keys in the Lotto store, and I don't think they're going to get rid of it. It's just not worth it necessarily. So this ring here can be obtained. How interesting. Is there any other way of getting that? You can trade it for from a thing? Okay. Just trying to see if you can actually get... Anyway. Yeah, but you can buy it from the Lotto store. So... And you can buy the boxes from an in-game vendor. So... It will not technically run out. Or shouldn't run out. There's a vendor at Lelia's Market that you can buy the boxes from still, but they don't drop anymore. Because the adventurers steal loot box, whatever. The ones that are like 1 to 130. No. They're 200... Well, there are 100 Lotto points on the store for 1 key. 250 for 3 keys. And then I'm pretty sure for like 20 silver you can buy a box at Lele's Market. Okay. There is still a couple like horses that are unobtainable. I can't remember which one it is, but there is a horse that you could only get if you donated to a charity thing in like 2012 or something. I mean, I understand it from a point of like, I like this one though. I do understand it from some point of view of like, hey, it's a reason. Like this one, technically, you can't get those anymore, right? Or you can, but there is the like Ultimate Edition stuff as well. But I won't be surprised if eventually they made that purchasable. Which one is it? I don't think it's like the most amazing looking horse. Actually, no, I can't remember. It was like an extra life thing. I still love that horse. I need to get that horse. This one's not available anymore. Can't get that anymore. That one's the pick amount. I'll find it eventually. That one's you can only get as a pick amount or the lottery store. Should have picked up that one. Yeah, I did actually. Probably my favorite goat. Just saying. Which one is it? Is it a goat? I don't think it's a goat. How do I not have the fateful ball? Oh, because I haven't opened up the thing. Okay. That's kind of cool. That one's difficult to get though. On the honey one. I can't even find it now. That one. No? Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I really want that one, but that's difficult, I think, to get. Or I think it's just a rare thing. Which one is it? Or is it just not in here because it's not technically obtainable? Oh. Or is it a pet? I don't know. Actual life horse? Is it here? Cremello horse. Oh, you can just buy that in the So this is like PAX 2011 and then distributed in Extra Life 2014. So you can just buy it in the lottery store, maybe? Okay, yeah. But the Perlino horse apparently is not. First Marshall. First. Okay, so apparently the Extra Life stuff, maybe. Yeah, anything that you cannot obtain, I don't think shows up. So I'm not actually sure if the red gap one would show up for you. But because I've got it, maybe it shows up. Not really sure. I really need to clear up my inventory. Anything but the adamants and those. I'm very much want to keep those. It's like 2 golds worth. Feels like it should be more. glad that you were able to catch me, I guess. I've been pretty inconsistent recently, but hopefully we'll be a bit better with the streaming at a decent time. Hopefully. Yeah. No, this isn't the from scratch. At least at the moment. I was thinking about doing it, but I also wanted to try out this whole legendary item sort of thing. We might do it tomorrow. I think I said I might do it tomorrow. But I also want to help Ghost out with this helmet thing that we've been talking about for a while now. So if I do a head count should give me, yeah, so it's 100 kills, and I get an incomparable thing. But we did do the free-to-play recent-ishly. We tried out a few new things, I think, if I remember correctly. So, just trying to make it as efficient as possible. So I'm curious with the new update, with update 32, if it will make any particular difference, and also it will cut down the amount of like extra lottery points. I think technically it's like 1,300-ish. Let's say 1,200 to be fair, but like about 1,200 lottery points per character we can start saving when the new free-to-play change does come out in update 32. So that'd be nice. Also might mean we do get like maybe more benefits as a subscriber, as VIP. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. See if they're gonna be ever so kind to us. Maybe not. Maybe they'll be horrible. Oh, there's a treasure cache. I've never, ever seen that treasure cache there. I also don't think I've ever been on this area, but it's a different story. Okay. Am I wanderlusting? I am wanderlusting. You want food. I want food. Do you know, I haven't been Subway in like 2 months. It's sad to think. I want to see the last time I bought Subway. Go on, Bridge. So the last time I bought Subway was the 7th of December. So that's like 2.5 months. I keep meaning to go down and get Subway. It's not like I'm actively not going for it. It's just the fact that like I basically finish work and then I walk down and it's like, okay, I can either get Subway now and then wait in the cold for like another 20 minutes, or I can just go get my bus now. And I'm like, I'll just get my bus now and then go. I did mean to go in there the other day, but because they're not 24/7 anymore, I felt very bad, because what ended up happening is someone literally came out the door. So I was like, okay, they're open. And the guy was in there and he was like sweeping the floor. And I was like, I don't want to interrupt him. I want to let him just like clean so then he can go home on time, because I keep getting kept back by customers just showing up at like 5 minutes before you close. So it's nice to hear you had a chance to be more active on the game. I try and use what little time I do have nowadays, at least. So I have my laptop now, so maybe. It's not long until I start playing Lotro in bed, and it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I was stood at the door, and I looked through the door, and he didn't see me, but then I also read the sign that said, no hot drinks, and although I didn't want a hot drink, I pretended as though that was what made me decide I didn't want to go in, so that he wouldn't feel bad. So, yeah. I just know how it feels. I had a group in last night that showed up half an hour late, and therefore were here in center half an hour later than they should have been. But it's great because I just get to evil eye people and be like, you know you're causing issues. You know you're the problem. That's my concern though. Like, January is supposed to be an easy month, right? Because the whole idea that nobody has their money because of nobody has their money because like they all spend it over Christmas and New Year's, right? It's kind of the normal. And what's instead happened is all the places like the bars and inns and stuff are now all having their late Christmas parties with us because they were too busy working like we were. So that's my life. Yeah, I do like this one. I've used it for like 6 years now or something like that, I think. No, probably it's more like 4 or 5 at this point, but yeah. Certainly my favorite of the collection, that's for sure. Just let me go. Let me run away. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, wait, what? Huh? I'm confused. I thought I went over the bridge. Also, what's aggroing me and what's not? Like, what's not got out of aggro with me? And what's, like, making my life worse? I don't appreciate it. Okay, let's just hope that there's a thing over here. Why not? Now I'm in... Okay, maybe if I kill this guy, it will be like, oh yeah, he's out of combat. Nope. I'm just in combat with something. And I don't know what. Bridge. And apparently there's some supply crates in here, I guess. Maybe the thing I'm attacking is in combat with something else, and that's why... Is it these guys? Yes, okay. So that'll be why I wasn't being followed, because they're, you know, technically not attacking me, but I'm in combat with them. But because they're still in combat, they don't de-aggro. Okay, very weird, sort of awkward case there of why that happened, but okay. I get it. I don't respect it, but I get it. Also, the game is not liking. Play on Arkenstone? I was on Arkenstone for 9 years. My home server. I kind of think occasionally I'm like, I still have all my characters on Arkenstone. I should probably like log in once in a while just to kind of, I don't know, not necessarily, I'm not gonna like raid on there, but like, I don't know, just get my characters to a point where they exist, you know? It just seems a bit of a waste to like chuck away near enough 10 years of like work, you know? Doesn't really matter, Ghost, what server I'm on, right? You're not on. If I move servers, if I move back servers, then you've got to learn how to play yourself. It's the only way you'll learn. Though I do think, in some regards, it's kind of nice to leave it as a kind of, you know, I can't think of the word for it, but like this point in history. Because we kind of just moved to Evernight when we started streaming consistently, right? Which was about this time last year. Near enough. Like, what was it, like March time? April, March? I think it was March, right? Was the first free to play video. But I recorded it like beginning of March. I think it came out like mid-March. When did it release? I don't know. 12th of March was the first free to play video, which means in a year I have an average of 2 months per video. Oops. Should really get on that. I tried editing today. I honestly just could not get in the mood for it. I was not in the right, like, I was not in a headspace where I could edit. I knew at some point that just wasn't gonna happen. I actually went into a different project, which is kind of a half secret, but not really. It's like a, yeah, it's kind of secret, but I've totally 100% said out loud what it is already. But yeah. But yeah. The title of the video is Feyrand the Movie. Working title. I want a, like, 2-hour long video of the culmination of Feyrand leveling from 1 to 50 and me completing my first raid. Which the raid in and of itself took 6 hours to do. For us to finally get through it, so... At least I should get like a decent amount of experience from this. I actually might level up to 67. Be nice. Cool. Let's get all these. Do you think on top of this, we've still got like 18 quests to do? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up having completing this, right? And I don't think we're actually going to do Mirkwood today. I think instead what the safer thing to do is we will complete the forward. Because normally we would just skip this. And we did have a bit of time where we were looking at a load of items. And then I think we'll, like, I don't know, jump on a different character for a minute. Actually, what I'll do is I'll jump on a character and see if I can find the earliest I can complete that quest I was talking about. The like trace request. Because then we can, like, we know that. And although we'll still, you know, want to finish this off, we want to, I don't know, work out what's going on. Because we've got like an hour left. And by the time we get through this even, it may be like half an hour. And then that's our 6 hours that we've been on, near enough. And I also still have some stuff I need to plan for you to get your Sauron helmet ghost. So I will be hopefully working on that, and then ideally means that well, I think there's some items I need to get, and then the reason I asked if you had a cook is you can craft some items to trade in for motes. There's also potentially some other ways of doing it. But I can, like, give you all the materials, and then you just have to craft, and then you just have to go on a few characters. The problem is you have a lot of low-level characters, and you have to be, like, at least level 30, I think. But you can only do it, like, once per week. Nice. The crafting guild is actually, I think, a less useful with the new legendaries, but it's still a nice thing to guarantee crits on some of the armor that you can get. It's quite nice. There's also a really easy way to level up if you have max tier crafter. It's really broken. So, yeah, I can't remember. Do you remember what level? I can't remember what level you said. Level 49. Yeah. I remember you saying about that. It should go through a quest to explain the legendary items when you get outside of Moria. So there's a quest just down here by the Ekad Dunan, south of like Rivendell. There's a quest here that will start off that book, or it will take you there whenever you get to that point in your questing. Just make sure you read the quests, because I don't think they did an amazing job at making sure you read them. But hopefully it should explain it properly. I think it's relatively simple. But that says someone that's, like, used it since literally the second it was available. And has that kind of pre-understanding of the old system as well. But even when I did it on this character, I found out it wasn't the greatest written. I don't know. That's one of the situations where I think voice lines could be a better choice. Like, if they actually explained it with words, like vocally, I feel like I'm the sort of person who would find that more like I would be more knowledgeable on it, or I'd understand it better from scratch. But I mean, at some point, Ghost, with the legendaries, once you've got your existing legendaries, you don't particularly need to change them. You just need to upgrade them, right? So I sorted out your legendaries. I told you what to put on what, and then all you would have to do is, when you get the 140s, you just have to get the better tiers. You know, you just have to run SS with me, get the legendaries, hope that you get the ones that you're rares as legendaries and then just upgrade them, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's in red, but I did it quite late at night, so I can't remember fully. But yeah, if not, I can always try and help. There's also more resources out there. I didn't do a legendary item video, but other people have. So hit them with a big axe. Never do such a thing. I mean, I didn't read it as sarcastic, but I can totally understand why you would think so. I also don't get offended by sarcasm, really. Like, why would I? I'm like one of the most sarcastic people that I know. Some people cannot tell if I'm being sarcastic because I just sound sarcastic all the time. So people don't know when I'm actually, unless I'm like really ham it up. Some people just cannot tell, which I find hilarious until it gets me in trouble. It's kind of weird though. Like normally I think I'm fine, but for some reason with the people I work with, I kind of just like to mess with people. It's me and a manager at work that we just have this sort of so many in jokes that we just like mess with everybody else, and I find it just so funny. But I'm also not someone who normally does that like outside of work. It's odd. I'm like a whole different person. Why am I in combat? There's a goblin scout. Okay, cool. Only if they deserve it. It's less talking bad about people and more questioning people's thoughts. I'm just like, why? When someone complains about something, like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I've had people complain that, like, I don't know, the food's too expensive or something. And I'll be like, okay, don't eat here then. I just like, I don't know. I think I'm just very apathetic to the fact it's like, I'm not in control of the prices. I just work here, all right? I just, you know. I will try and get people the best deal I can. I've always said if I worked off commission, I would be brutal because I know near enough every price, like, and every combination of prices, and I know how to get someone a good deal. I know how to get someone a bad deal. I will never go out of my way to purposely give someone a worse deal, but I will not always give them the better deal. There's ways I could do it where, so there's like a standard price, there's the cheaper price, and then there's like a way that I could finagle it to be terrible. I will never go out of my way to make it purposely worse, but I will not, if you're rude to me, I will not go out of my way to make it a good deal for you. I'll be like, yeah, it's this. That's it. I got no deals. Should have booked online. It's my favorite thing to say. Even then, if people want something particular that you can't get, so there's some online only stuff. So if someone wants like specifically something that's only online but doesn't realize it, like there's a meal deal thing that's only online, I will, if they're nice about it, I will tell them just book it online. Book it for like an hour from now. You'll get it cheaper because the further ahead you book, the cheaper you get it. You'll get it cheaper, and then I'll just drag it to now. And then you save money, and then, you know, it's fine. I mean, technically, if you were to come to my work, technically, you would at least everything but food you could get for food and drink you could get for free. You could, if I was there. So, I mean, is that a gold enough deal? I mean, within reason, I'd have to say. Nobody really questions me on prices at work. I'm just like, yeah, it's this. I wrote out a list for everybody yesterday. I wrote out a list of like 30 different combinations of different deals to tell them how much it would cost per person and how long it would take them on average. Just because nobody else actually knows. I was like, it's not that difficult, but okay. I don't know, I'm relatively good with numbers in my head. So I think it just kind of works out well for me. I mean, when I'm off work, no, when I'm on work, I get everything, food and drink, half price. I think it's 30% off if I'm off shift. I never really, I don't know. I'm already there 5 days a week for more hours than I arguably should be. I don't really go in on my days off. I guess one advantage of living further away is that I'm not tempted to go in. There was someone recently, they were like, I don't know, they woke up and they were having a bad day, so they just kind of, at lunchtime, they came into work, sat down at a table for like 6 hours, and I was like, I could not do that. I just mean, like, if I'm bored, let's say I was bored and I was like, oh, I want something to do, I wouldn't go to work because it's cheap, you know? Like, if I really wanted to get out of the house and be like, I don't want to spend a lot of money, but this is cheap, like half price, whatever, I still wouldn't want to go. I don't know. There's been recently days where I've done like 13-hour shifts. I'm just like, why am I doing this? Why do I do this to myself? Ah, yes, those two are exactly equal to each other, correct? Ah, I thought so. Why am I so slow? It's because I'm in combat. I mean, yeah, but getting there, different story. Also, I wouldn't be able to buy the Titanic, so you know, it's not worth it. I care about the Titanic because you care about the Titanic. So I have to get one. Because you can't. Hey, there's a catfish. Oh, I didn't mean to. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. There's enough delay that I thought you were saying I have to get it because you can't was a nice thing. I was like, it wasn't supposed to be. Oh, I just realized I didn't change my my UI things. They were supposed to be down here. I need to fix my UI, but it's broken. Let's go save a thing. How far am I away from headcount as well? Interesting question. 79 out of 100. Do we think that I will get headcount? Probably, because the next quest is a like instancy thing. And I've only got to kill like 19 enemies, and I'm pretty sure there's more than that. And then I will just put those probably on Palpatine. Palpatine needs a little bit of a booster, I think. So I think we should, you know, get him a bit powerful, a bit more powerful. Unlimited power and all that. Palpatine, not Palpadolt. Though Palpadolt, if my plans go to plan, Palpadolt can get a nice armor upgrade at 112. That's actually why I'm trying to get my captain up to 112 at the minute, because I can get a very cheap armor upgrade that will be pretty powerful. So yeah. Only 6 more levels to go for Palpadolt. It's been a whole 2.5 weeks since Palpadolt has been touched, though. But maybe after tomorrow, when Palpadolt gets his helmet, maybe he'll rise again. Ghost, can you do me a favor? Alright, I need to ask you a favor. Okay, cool. When you next, like, play... Oh, I get a level 50 tracery. How boring. When you next play Palpadolt, which hopefully, as of tomorrow, he should have his nice fancy helmet. Can you send me a picture with the caption, "Somehow Palpadolt has returned"? Who am I talking to this person? Just to make you think about that line. Because it's been 2 weeks since Palpadolt's appeared. Funny though. At some point as well, because Palpadol is 106, did you reforge your weapon, do you know? Because I think at 106, you basically have all the tracery stuff unlocked. So at some point, I want to maybe have a peek at his legendary weapon. Because I'm pretty sure it's 106-ish, or maybe 111, I'm not sure. But it's relatively soon, at the very least. You get, like, all but one of your things unlocked. And then we can just, like, basically finalize your legendary weapon. And then You just have to level up, like only overwrite ones when they're a higher level, basically. Yeah, we can have a look later. Get that all sorted. Just because, as I said earlier about the whole, legendary item thing, I think it's easier. You'll find it easier, probably, if I can just say, right, that's sorted. Just if the number's higher, switch it out, right? So I'm sure you can tell, like, teal is better than purple, right? That sort of stuff. So you can just go, okay, that's a bigger number. I'll upgrade it, like that kind of thing, right? Hey, head count. Nice. I'll also get those. Oh, those won't work. No. Okay. I was hoping I could help you out there. I mean, those would work on... yeah, that would be a point. Okay, if the number's bigger, it's better. Okay, the other question. Are you able to read? Because you have to make sure that it's the right... Actually, to be fair, you don't even need to do that. It won't let you overwrite if... or shouldn't let you overwrite. If you've already got one on and it's unique, you shouldn't be able to overwrite one that isn't on there. So. Okay, I'll look forward to some messages being like, yes, no. I mean, you can get some 106 stuff. Probably won't be too difficult. Too bad they're bound to account. I could farm them on Palpatine. Actually, no, I couldn't. Damn it. It wouldn't work like that. Well, that's just sad, isn't it? I'm actually surprised I'm not really having that many issues, considering my virtues are completely scuffed. Kind of surprised. We'll work it out there. We'll get you sorted. Because, I mean, I'm basically on level. Oh, I'm gonna die. I do love that healing skill, though. Every 2 seconds, restore 5% of your morale. Like, that's kind of crazy. It's not, like, the most amazing thing, but it's not terrible. Okay. That forward is officially done. Finish that quest. And 10 Lotro points. Nice. A level 50 Tracery Rare. I will pick it up because, quite frankly, not that fast. However, I do want to check where I technically should put it, considering this will be an endgame character eventually. Is that even something I want? Vicious Claws. It is. Cool. It's going to go on my carving. Oh, do I not have another slot yet? Oh, wait. This is kind of broken. Sort of. It's very weirdly... Why is there such a gap? Have I seen all the Spider-Man movies? I have actually not seen the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I know the plot of them, but I've actually never seen them. I've seen Spider-Man 1 and 2, the, like, Tobey Maguire films. I've never seen the Andrew Garfield ones, and I've seen all of the Tom Holland ones. Oh yes, Mazog, the guy that I've totally 100% definitely captured. I've seen like clips and stuff. I don't really know. I'm not like super into like the Tom Holland. I think it's fine. But I don't think he's like the best ever. I don't really know. Probably because I like sort of grew up with it, I'd say Tobey Maguire. Maybe because they're also just a bit more grounded. It was back in that era where things were more just like normal, I guess. But I also guess that, you know, Tobey Maguire films, he can just like shoot webs out of his hands, whereas the Andrew Garfield stuff, he has to actually like, and the Tom Holland stuff, he can just like has to create it. So I guess that's maybe more grounded. I mean, there's obviously like, you know, the like emo Tom Holland, emo Tobey Maguire. I also think because Spider-Man 2 was probably one of my favorite games on the PS2. So I think that also adds to it. Like, I haven't got a Spider-Man game that I like. I want to play the Spider-Man PlayStation game, but that's also not Tom Holland. So it's not really like a tie-in. I part of me just wants to buy a PS4 because I know they're like ramping up PS4 production again, but I also just want to buy a PS4 just to play Spider-Man. The dude with the metal arms of it? What? Doc Ock? I mean, he was in Spider-Man 2, the game, I think. I remember Spider-Man 2, though, I never, like, properly play it, because there was a cheat code that would take you past, like, the first boss or something, like, halfway through the game. And I found out about it, and I thought it was so cool that I don't think I actually ever played the beginning of the game. I don't know. Oh, I'm more talking about the game. So I'm saying the reason I feel like the Tobey Maguire stuff has more of a influence on me is because I also played the game, like that was the tie-in, compared to like there wasn't a tie-in. I mean, I think there was an Amazing Spider-Man game, but I never played it. Plus, never watched the movies. And as far as I'm aware, there isn't an official like. There is a Spider-Man game, but it's not Tom Holland Spider-Man. Cloak of the Greyhammer. Might, Fate, Vitality, Stealth is such an odd combination, but okay. Okay, so that's done. I'm really curious now. I want to have a look. I want to find... Do you know, I actually... I don't know if I've ever said this. I actually had... I was... I was going to make this really dumb video when Spider-Man PS4 game came out. I recorded this video. I know I hated it in the end, so I didn't actually like do anything with it, but it was some dumb video of me saying like, oh, what's this Spider-Man game that everybody's chatting about? And I went to like my bookshelf that has all my discs in it, and I like picked out the PlayStation 2 I picked out the PlayStation 2 box for Spider-Man 2, but then it was me playing the GameCube version just as a joke. I probably should have got the GameCube version and put it in a PS2, but I also that wouldn't have worked and might have got stuck. But yeah, some weird thing. I don't really understand what I was trying to achieve with it. Did I? I don't think I did that quest. Let's go on Scarshoe. I want to just check. Let us check. But you never know. God of War is now on PC, so you never know. The Spider-Man game might one day be on PC. Maybe years from now. I've never played a God of War game. I don't know if I want to. Like, I don't know if I... Sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't know if I want to jump straight into the newest one, or if I want to go back and play the originals. Oh yeah, so here is actually what I was talking about earlier. When Palpadot gets to... if Palpadot gets to 112 anytime soon, you can buy these bits of armor, which are really nice, like decent enough, at least, level 112 armor, but it only costs like 70 motes, so it's really, really, really cheap to get these items. And they disenchant for 40, so you're not even like losing that much. So you're spending 70, you're getting back 40. So you're only, it's basically, you're only spending 30 motes per one, because when you get rid of them, you get 40 motes back. Even for these, you're only getting 20, which is kind of nice. But yeah. Yeah, true. I'm just saying, when you then get your new gear, right, you will deconstruct them and get 40 back, and then that new gear will probably be worth like 100 anyway. So as you progress, you essentially are just making back your motes. Which is why I say one of the best ways for you to just kind of get the motes would be just to play, ultimately. But you knew that already. So I am going to leave here, and I'm going to try and find Grimbold's camp. No, but I've done all that, haven't? Have I done all that? Volume. Volume 3. Okay, so I skipped forward to volume 3, book 11. So I don't even know what this quests were. Did I just do Edoras and that was it? What's up now, Ghost? What's happening? If I go Galtrev. Oh. Wait, what did you Google? Spider-Man 2 PS2. What did you get? I looked up Spider-Man 2 PS2. Spider-Man PS2. How are you doing this? What did you Google? Spider-Man PS2 Green Goblin. Nope. That's still... I mean, I know the spoiler, but because I've watched it. I don't know the exact... I didn't know you could play as Green Goblin, so that's fun. I clearly need to go back and play now. Anyway. Let's see if I can go to Grimbion's camp. Grimbold. And I'm gonna skip back as far as I can. I tried to just collect all the thingies. That was my life. Grimbold of Grimslade. Grimbold, even though that's not your name. Okay, let's go back. Can I start from here? So that is a little bit further up. I don't know if I've gotten that spot yet. So let's have a look. Let's have a little peek. The Galtrev. I don't know why I said it so weirdly. Galtrev. And then we have to go to Lahunuk. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not even going to pretend I do. There you are. So that's in Enidwaith. Can I, like... Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how early I can get in. Because Volume 3, Book 3, Secrets of Zudragund. Do I have to start from there? I don't know. I think you can just skip to Coroner here, if I remember correctly. But there are 30 instances. Or 30 quests. But if it's 34 quests... That's about on par with Thingy. And it's close enough to Moria. Volume 4, Book 3. Have you found more spots? Stop looking stuff up. Is what coming today? Oh, what? In Norway? Where is Zudragund? Okay, Nars Peak. Well, you know what to do. Go see it. It totally won't be packed. I think I can start this early. But again, I'm going to have to come on a character that has, like... I'm going to need to come on my captain or something. Because he's literally done nothing. Packed is like 5 people. I mean... If you're added to that, that's 6. You know? Well, yeah. I thought that you were including them in the 5. But okay. You know, they say 3's a crowd. So, you know, you have 2 and a bit crowds. I don't know. Go for it. And then you won't be spoiled anymore. But you're not allowed to spoil anybody before. Like, make sure you don't spoil anybody. Don't spoil people that you particularly that you live with, unless they're already spoiled, at which point, I guess, fair. But anyway. I said I was quite lucky, other than like some of the stuff that you isn't necessarily spoilers, but like was everywhere in the news, or like assumptions. I think I was pretty good. Well, your fiance. Don't spoil them. Because you just found out a new spoiler. So, don't spoil them. Don't be that guy. Also, make sure you don't tell Palpatine, because I will never forgive you. That would be such a horrible thing. He's very excited to go watch it. I will say nothing about any of what you just said. Don't take my silence as a yes. Don't take my silence as a no. Have you watched the trailer? I guess is another question. Megatron's in it as well. Okay, cool. Megatron and Gandalf are in it, and Harry Potter. Hey, if I say random stuff, then then you'll never know. Okay, so I can start from chapter 4 of this book. So that's interesting enough to know. So this is a level 65 quest. So with that in mind, Erinma can do this quest now. However, she will be hit by... So once again, to get this, the correct Khazad-dûm tracery, which is required to choose which one you'd like. The item is a reward for the quest Prince of Rohan, which is done through all this stuff, which is a couple solo quests. It will take a while. These are all 75s. However, I can start here and then go through 30 quests, which hopefully should also maybe level me up. But 30 long quests. Maybe some of them I can get away without doing as well. 30 quests plus obviously more, and then doing these extra ones. Hey, you don't want to be spoiling for people that are in chat, alright? Potentially. Whether or not that is a spoiler. Gotta be careful. Again. I don't know why I just went on Reddit. Why did I just... Anyway, I just my natural reflex. But, okay. So, yeah, anyway. So weird. I got so distracted. Yeah, so this one gives the correct Khazad-dûm tracery. So, here you go. We can give 2,000, 1,500. So these heraldic ones are only going to be 2 of them, which is why they're more expensive, I guess. And then where's mastery? So I think we'll try and get the 2 heraldic ones first, and then everything is cheaper. So if I do this on Erinma and here, right, then just generally we're pretty good, right? And I think that'll be our plan. I think that is the way we want to go about this. It's going to be a while. Like, again, 30 quests. Kind of crazy. This one is a little bit easier to get. Actually, no, I lie. This one, I think, is easier to get. No? Which one was it? I can't remember. One of these, I could get the... oh, yeah, the Ithilien one, I think. Maybe? No? Really? Huh. 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 Yeah, so that's the Ultimate Expedition bundle from Morgul. Which I guess would be nice. 2 Shattered Morgul Traceries. Not very impressive. I prefer some cracked ones, but yeah, Gundabad is ours, and then Endings and Beginnings. So I do have 2 of those, which I can use to my advantage. But I do want to do SS to see if I can just help myself out a little bit longer. Anyway. I'll log out here so I remember Coronair exists. And... if only you had made that joke, Ghost, it would have been funny. You would have made me laugh, because that gave me a chuckle. But it wasn't your joke, so it doesn't count. I also want to check Palpatine real quick, just before we end. We have about 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. And yeah. When it loads. Yay! I'm here. I leveled up. No, I didn't level up. I've been here for a while. Okay, so what I was gonna say is I have 3 tokens of the Hornbergs. Need to get on top of that. Yeah, so I actually don't know where I'm at in terms of my legendaries on here, which is what I'm after. So I've still got the old stuff. Okay, so good to know. I should probably try and farm some things up then. Unfortunately, I'm level 140 now, so I can't do SS... no, I can't do Halls of Crafting. Not Halls of Crafting. What's it called? School. I'm pretty sure if I do a school at 131, it will give me... I'm pretty sure if I do school at 121, or 131, rather, it shouldn't give me... It should only give me rares. And I'm pretty sure I have all teals at the minute. I was pretty particular about making sure I had teals on everything when I leveled. So, I will check, but I'm pretty sure at 140 you have to... yeah, I'm pretty sure at 140 to get teals you actually have to run it at 140. But I guess we'll see. Because at least we'll get the rare from the second boss, but at a base level it's pretty, at least to myself, pretty simple. It's when you get into like what's the best, I guess, is what you have to like worry about. Like, what do I want here? Which is why I use Lotra HQ, because I am by no means clever enough to work that out myself. But also, like I said before, especially when you've got a guide, you can kind of just follow that, and then you only need to upgrade sort of if you get a better one, sort of thing. And also, to be fair, you kind of don't have to worry about it until like about level 95, because from level 45 to 95, you'll keep the same legendaries. Or you'll keep the same traceries, like these things. And then only at 95 will you not even necessarily have to switch them out, but you'll start getting ones that will be better. I do maybe want to, when the reward track comes out, I will probably do a whole thing on it, because it is kind of two parts to the same, you know, content. So I kind of want to wait until it's 100% complete, basically, before I worry too much about having a how to legendary video. You know, we've really got to think of an April Fool's video. Except it doesn't really work when it's on stream. Or when I say it on stream. But not everybody watches stream, so... something we can still think about. Okay, I'm gonna die because of the lag. No, it needs to be a lottery-related video. You shouldn't be this difficult. But also, I haven't upgraded my gear, so... I'm technically still geared at 130. I just don't have... Yeah. Oh, I won, but I died. I do still want to do... I need to find one and find an adapter and hope it works. But I really want to do the DDR Warden video. I feel like that would just be... I'd get so tired from it. But I kind of think it would be funny. Exemplary evasion. Fancy. Yeah. As expected. I just get some money. That's about it. Nothing of use. And maybe tomorrow morning, people will be running SS and I'll actually join them. People haven't really been playing them at night because I guess most people are asleep. Because some people actually have like normal sleep patterns, unlike me. Anyway, I think that's us finished for the night, so I'm going to log off when I stop moving, apparently. You used to for a while? Yeah. You started watching and I was like, Ghost, it's like 1 a.m. for you. Go to sleep. Anyway, I'm going to log off. I have some stuff I need to get sorted, hopefully for you, Ghost, to hopefully get you your fun old Sauron helmet by tomorrow, this time tomorrow, or midnight, 1 a.m., whatever day it will be, Saturday for you. And then, yeah, hopefully we can get you your Sauron helmet all happy and sorted. But I'm going to get to work on that. So, it's all right. We'll be back with stream 6 p.m. my time tomorrow, which is 18 hours from now. And yeah, we'll get that helmet for you, Ghost. If not, I'll also try and get Palpadolt's stuff sorted as well, because we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I'm going to go. See you all later. Bye-bye.